pressure without a container? Ideally, the answer won't involve the word container at all.
Definitely not thrice.
Just one more thing. Making it two containers, they don't cancel each other out either.
Yeah, Rob, I tried that one. I called it a net container 0, and it didn't work. They didn't let me go with it either.
An antecedent consequent relationship. For the gas to be at pressure, got to press on something. Without containment, there can be no pressure. So to ask.
Agree. Yeah, agree. What about the fact that of a hot air balloon?
It's a container.
But it's not a sealed container.
It's a container.
So you're saying that pressure itself can be the container?
Those words didn't cross my lips. You asked me what hot air balloon, what about it? And I said, that's a container. You said, but it's an open container. I said, yeah, it's still a container.
Well, the Earth is an open container. It's still a container, though.
Or do you want to compare where oxymoronic sphere-shaped air has a fabric around it, like a balloon?
Well, I'm not really worried about the shape of it. I'm just saying, if Earth is a container itself, the atmospheric pressure and the gravity, then a balloon abides by the same natural laws.
Just nonsense and gibberish. Anything else other than the word salad nonsense that made no sense? Earth doesn't have a balloon around it. It's a violation of natural law in the worldview of a heliocentrist. It's just high pressure gas next to vacuum.
It's not high pressure, though. It's.
I'm responding to you.
Sorry.
I heard what you said.
What about,
no worries.
Okay, what about something like a hot sidewalk?
Who's talking? Who's this guy?
Me, Nate.
Nate, yeah. Nate, can you wait your turn? Thank you.
In conclusion, you can't have gas pressure without containment. It's an antecedent consequent relationship. Meanwhile, there's an assertion that there's a high pressure gas with no containment around it next to a vacuum. I can still hear somebody with their mic open. Is it just me? Dank, can you pop yourself on mute, Dank? Dank.
Yeah, I guess it comes down to what you consider containers, then.
Not really. Is there any evidence you can have gas pressure without a containment? If you say yeah, just give us an example of gas pressure without containment, beyond begging the question, pointing at the sky and suggesting that that gas has no containment. And that's the whole point. It's a violation of natural law to assert that you've got high pressure gas without containment, precisely as described in the heliocentric worldview.
Well, the fact that the vacuum of space, which I believe in, I shouldn't say I believe, which I know, is the container itself, because something can't go into nothing. So the vacuum isn't sucking anything off. It's an empty void. So therefore, the pressure of Earth and the atmosphere would never have anywhere to escape to, because you can't escape to nothing.
Yeah, you're fading facts. See up to that, Mike, when you violate second law of thermodynamics by assertions that volumes are containers. No, empty volumes aren't containers. They're empty volumes. Empty volume is an area a gas can disperse into in line with entropic dispersion laws of nature. Not containment. That would require a per inch value to press on. Vacuums don't have that. Your nonsense waffle is exactly that. Nonsense waffle. Containers are containers. Vacuums aren't containers. Volumes for gases to disperse into, and disperse into they will, because that's a law of nature. It's called entropy. Second law of thermodynamics describes how gas will disperse into a volume, always, without exception. So if the sky was a vacuum, an area, a volume, a gas could disperse into, in line with entropic law, then the gas we are breathing would disperse into it, in line with entropic law. Now, because we've got high pressure gas, we must be under containment, There is not a sky vacuum above us. And your rebuttal that the sky vacuum is the container is just nonsense. If that's clear.
Well, no, I'm sorry. Gravity's a container. I'm just telling you why it won't disperse into space. It doesn't escape us, like what you're thinking. And to say that the Earth is actually a high pressure system is not good at all. It's actually a low pressure system surrounded by an even no pressure system. So there's not really any pressures you're trying to fight against. That's why gravity works. That's why air is able to be constricted by gravity.
Gravity.
I don't know. I should have said that, but yeah, I like I said because we don't actually
Well,
say
at
a
least
physical
it makes that
container.
up.
I'm sorry, I'm almost done. We don't actually claim a physical container. We claim gravity as a container.
I heard you first time.
Yeah.
What's gravity?
Gravity is the force that contains all of
Right,
our
stop.
atmospheres.
No, that's wrong. Stop. Incorrect. It's wrong. Hasn't been a force for 110 years. You're wrong.
I disagree, Mr. Oakley.
Is that the end of this discussion?
Yeah, we're good. It's about to get too revved up for you. You start yelling at me.
Not really. The end of the discussion comes at the point that you assert that the container is a gravity force, and I say no, it isn't. Gravity is not a force. End quote. George Musa, Scientific American editor, or maybe Brian Cox, Professor Brian Cox. There isn't really a force of gravity at all. End quote. Professor Brian Cox. Just to reiterate, how you were responding as you were muttering about me not being able to bring it, or some shite that you waffled at me, mumbling. Say it with nice, strong tones. No, it's not a force. Dumbass. Do you want to mumble something in rebuttal? I'm concluding. Sky's not a vacuum. Space is fake. There is no force of gravity. That crap is 110 years out of date. Newtonian forces of gravity. What are you babbling about? No, there aren't any forces holding gas in containment. Gas is not going down, go boom, boom, go splash, splash. 9.8 meters per second squared rate debunked 110 years ago. That's garbage. Do I make myself clear?
Yeah. Please don't swear on Nathan Oakley's live stream. We're live.
My name is Nathan Oakley. I run this live stream. What I got in response to me saying, no, gravity's not a force, was you muttering something about me not being able to cope. I'm telling you off, you stupid dumbass. When I destroy your shite about gravity being a force and tell you you're 10 years out of date, you think the response is to tell me not to swear? You dumb fuck. We're 110 years out of date, you stupid wanker.
We're live, dude. Don't swear, bro.
Stupid wanker. Do what I like. It's my show. After
It's your rules. It's your rules. You said don't swear. You're breaking your own rules.
You're not responding. It's the third attempt for me to get you to concede the shit you said incorrectly. You're telling me off for swearing. It's because you're frustrating me. I'm having to swear at you because you're not acknowledging what I've taken apart 3 times.
No, it's because you have no argument. This is what happens when I get you.
Just yattering through me and acknowledged it once. I've put it to you 4 times in rebuttal. And your response was to mutter that I couldn't cope. Now tell me off on my own bleeding show for swearing. No, dumbass. You're 110 years out of date. Were Musa and Cox not good enough? Was that not swearing? Musa! Gravity is not a force, end quote. Deal with it, you dumbass.
So you say Cox and the other guy. What about Einstein and Newton? Those guys ain't good enough for you?
Oh, I can quote
That's not a
Newton for
force.
you.
Einsteinian gravity isn't a force. So what, are they not good enough? They're not asserting gravity as a force. Again, stupid boy. Why do I have to correct you on your idiot assertions of non-Newtonian, bent pseudo-Riemannian fourth-dimensional space-time bending? That's Einsteinian gravity. Why have I got to correct you? They're not good enough for a force that you're not right about, you stupid dumbass. That's the 5th time. No, this has got nothing to do with Einstein, you complete idiot. Do I have to tell you a 6th time that you're wrong, you stupid boy? I'm done with him. He's an idiot. He cannot concede where he's wrong. He's asked me if Einstein's not good enough when he, idiot, isn't talking about Einstein bent pseudo-Riemannian space-time. He's just said it's a force. Oi, Dumbo! You want to acknowledge a 7th time, dumbass? Not a force. Don't need a response. That was rhetorical. I'm done with him. If he can't acknowledge the first, fifth, sixth time, why the hell would I have to keep going through it a seventh, eighth, ninth time? He can't concede his failure, his ignorance of his own stupid religion. He thought gravity was a force. Didn't seem to understand that he's 110 years out of date and wanted to battle his way through it with me and tell me I shouldn't swear. Fuck off.
Well, if you want to say,
I didn't tell you shouldn't.
Fuck off, you stupid retard. That means sit down, shut the fuck up. You're a
No
dumbass.
problem.
Nobody wants to hear
No
your
problem.
stupid.
Thank you, Nathan. Thank you for your time.
Nobody
Thank
wants to hear you. You couldn't take part in the debate. Yeah, gravity's not a force, but you think you've got the right to chat through me, telling me I'm not going to swear at you more. You stupid retard. You can't engage in the actual debate. I'll come down with me all the fury I can muster. Yeah. Now, if you want me to be reasonable, tolerant, not swearing at you, engage with what I've said 8 times. Not a force. Hello.
Newton also said that anyone who would believe it is a force does not have a competent faculty of thinking.
Not a competent faculty of thinking. That sounds like Newton himself's describing people who suggest gravity would be a force, even in light of his own notions written down by him as being thick. I thoroughly agree with Newton.
Yeah, it sounds like this guy. Newton was right.
Yeah, Newton was right. This guy's stupid. He thinks it's a force. He's wrong. Doesn't matter if I say it that's the 9th time. We'll talk about how sweary I am, won't we? Next.
So I just want to clarify with the Brian Cox thing. Were you trying to make it seem as if he doesn't believe in gravity? Because I found the clip that you're referencing. He doesn't not believe in gravity. He believes gravity is a thing.
That was very stuttery.
Do you want to answer the question, or are you just going to attack me? That's an ad hominem.
I had a lot of stuttering. I was pointing out how stuttery you were. He doesn't what?
That's an ad hominem attack, though, Nathan. You have to admit that as well.
That's just a statement of fact.
I'm just trying to bring something up, and you're not addressing it now. You're trying to avoid the question. And please don't stammer through me.
Okay, you asked me if I thought he didn't believe something. I don't divine the thoughts of Brian Cox. I can quote him, though. I did. Meanwhile, you're asking me if I should or would divine his thoughts? Excuse me. Do you have a crystal ball for what Brian Cox would be believing in when he said those words I quoted? Because I'm pretty sure I just quoted him. Didn't speculate on what he might have been thinking or believing in. Did you have any other idiotic, stupid, nonsensical questions about what men's thoughts I can divine, sir? There you go, addressed your stupid question.
You admitted very important information, though. You admitted intentionally, I think, information. So I just want to make that clear.
What?
All right, you don't have to address it. It's fine, Nathan.
Did address it. Don't divine his thoughts. I quoted him. There isn't really a force of gravity at all.
That's fair. I can pull people out of context.
So that's fair, then. So that's fair. So when I absolutely pulverised that clown that didn't address that 9 times, that's fair. Yeah, you're right. That's why I quoted him. It's fair to say he was wrong, and I absolutely obliterated that globe-believing idiot with his stupid ignorance of his own dumbass faith. That's what I did. Okay?
I don't want to explain this to you like you're a child, but you understand that omitting information.
Want to remove this asshole?
Are you going to stammer through me?
Statement of fact, he's an asshole.
And you're stuttering through me too.
No, I'm not a child.
This is ridiculous.
44 years old. How dare you assert that I'm a child? That's an ad hominem. So you want to project your use of ad hominems, do you, sir?
Nathan, then don't act like one.
That's an ad hominem because he didn't address my argument, which is that I quoted him and wasn't going to divine his thoughts. I rebutted what you put to me. You used an ad hom. That's what you did. But yeah, gravity's not a force to hold gas here. Space is fake. There is no outer space sky vacuum, and there is no force of gravity holding gas in defiance of the second law of thermodynamics. No amount of obfuscation and requests for me to divine Cox's bleeding thoughts are going to change that there isn't really a force of gravity at all, end quote Brian Cox. Because there isn't. Hope that's absolutely and abundantly clear for the man with the malformed question asking me to divine another man's thoughts. how idiotic it would be to suggest that I could do such a thing. That clown, the man metaphor, ladies and gentlemen, the clown with his wig and his honky nose suggesting that I can divine another man's thoughts when I merely quoted him. That clown was just stupid.
I could say Brian Cox does not believe gravity is an actual force. Yeah, you would agree with that statement?
Well, that would be based on his quote, like specifically, though, verbatim what he said. You could extrapolate that without any shadow of a doubt because he said it, right?
Let me ask you it this way. If I quoted Donald Trump saying we need to eradicate all people, are you going to blabber through me, Nathan?
To address my argument.
This is not how an adult converses with other
My
people.
argument is that space is fake. The guy obfuscated it 9 times, you picked up the reins, and now you're obfuscating it. My argument, sir, is that there is no space. Space is fake. There's no spacemen, there's no ISS, there's no trips to the moon. That's my argument, because you've got a religion of a sky vacuum. Now, the other guy obfuscated it 9 times, you've attempted it once. Now I'm putting the argument to you, so we're not dancing around the argument like the other guy tried 9 times. Space is fake. I drew a conclusion, then you stepped up to the plate. That is what you will be expected to address. My conclusion. Space, outer space, the sky vacuum, that's a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. Gas fills space. Address that. No? Only when you're asking the question, sir, that you want to engage in conversation. And if you're in control of the discussion, right?
What your views are that space is fake? Well, I mean, you brought up Brian Cox. That's why I'm talking about Brian Cox. That's
Feelings.
Yeah, I brought up Brian Cox in response to the guy that said gravity was a force as a rebuttal to an assertion that we can't have gas pressure next to a vacuum. So, in conclusion, there's no force of gravity. That's why Cox got quoted. And I'm inviting you to continue the discussion and argumentation about the fake space that would necessitate Brian Cox being quoted when he describes gravity as not really a force at all, then quote him. So perhaps you'd like to actually address the argument that was taking place.
I just think it's important to have a strong foundation to these conversations first. So it's important to clear these things up.
I did. That's non sequitur word salad. I have a strong foundation when I say second law of thermodynamics dictates gas-filled space.
We were not talking about the second law of
thermodynamics. It's a strong foundation that you're talking
about Brian Cox.
Seems like this wanker's talking through me. Again, wanker. I'm going to call you a name because you're talking through me. That's wanker.
I know, you like that word, wanker, don't you?
It's a description that I'll invite the people who are in charge of this server and don't tolerate wankers talking through me when I demonstrably rip apart their attempt to undermine my very strong foundation. Utilising the second law of thermodynamics. You attempted, sir, to undermine my strong foundation based in the second law of thermodynamics. That's a law of nature. It doesn't get any stronger than that, sir, as a foundation. Did you want to yammer through me reiterating with the firmest of tone I can muster just how strong a foundation I have when I say the second law of thermodynamics dictates that there is no sky vacuum above our head? Gas would fill it. That's what that law, my foundational argument's based on, would dictate when it describes gas-filling space. Did you want to tell me I don't have a very strong foundation? Rather than
you're just going to be stabbing right through me like this all fucking day?
Like a total belligerent wanker before I've concluded or taken breath. Would it be better if you're addressing my argument before I've concluded and invited you to address that which I've said? Would it be better if you talked through it before I've concluded? I think it would be easier if you were addressing my strong foundation that you said I hadn't got in the middle of me relaying it after you attempted to undermine it, you belligerent little twat. That's the second time you interrupted me readdressing my strong foundation based in the second law of thermodynamics. You said I haven't got. I have. It's very strong, sir. It takes a giant shit on the assertion we've got a space vacuum for a sky. We haven't. What's that? Gravity's held here by a force? Gas isn't going anywhere because of that gravity. No, that's why I quoted Cox, sir. That's where you stepped up like it was just Cox and his quote that we were talking about. And anything else was merely a weak foundation. So now we're back on track with my strong second law of thermodynamics violation of a sky vacuum and its strong foundation you attempted to undermine, sir. So would you like to address any of that? Now I'm finished.
Nate, would you be willing to Nate, can you give your take on what you think Cox is saying? What's your interpretation of it?
Why would we give an interpretation?
Yeah, why? It's a verbatim quote.
Oh yeah, just see where he's coming from, what his foundation is. Because maybe he might.
It's not Cox.
Can I just explain something quickly about context? I know this is going to sound ridiculous, and I don't want to act like I'm talking
Sounds
down
like
to you guys.
the mod's giving you a lifeline.
Are you going to let me finish?
To obfuscate my question, it sounds like the mod's giving you a lifeline, and you're going to take that easy route rather than addressing the second law of thermodynamics foundation you said I hadn't got.
You guys are trying to close the book on one.
You said I hadn't got a foundation, and I made it abundantly clear with as much fury as I can, and you've now ignored it, and taken the mod's opportunity to explain what Cox says. I know what he says, I quoted him. Meanwhile, you said I hadn't got a foundation. I have. I just put it to you. I don't know why the mod did that. Nevertheless, press my foundation. Second law, mate. Address it. Said I hadn't got it. I have. I've just put it to you. Howard.
How about Brenda wants to apologize for some of the things she's said that was problematic.
Brenda suggested I should have my children taken away from me. Do you think I give a shit what she says? I don't care.
Okay.
Meanwhile, the guy that I'm addressing, Chris.
Got it.
The guy that I'm addressing, I've reiterated 3 times, and you've given him a lifeline. I don't know why. Second law of thermodynamics has been addressed with Cox. We've dealt with it. The guy attempted to undermine my argument that debunks outer space, the sky vacuum, and I hadn't got a foundation. That's where he left off in this discussion with me. It's the 4th time I've reiterated my foundation in the second law of thermodynamics. It's a law of nature that describes gas dispersion into volumes of space. Ergo, there isn't a volume of space above our head. 5th time. Deal with it, sir.
Can we deal with his foundation then? You know, space is made up of length, width, and height. You develop linear concepts in a sphere.
Yeah, I was hoping for the help here with Nate is sometimes he'll catch on once he says the weird thing. So when he gives his take or lack of it, like he'll try to articulate what he thinks Cox says, and when it comes out like a hot mess, sometimes he'll see the yield or the stop sign. So that
Do you want me to explain or no?
Yeah, just what you're instead of explaining, just do the legalese. What do you think he said, rather than what he actually said? What's your interpretation of it, and how is that a stronger foundation than natural law?
I can't play this game anymore because I keep getting muted in here too. I can't fully explain what I'm trying to say without getting muted. It does not seem very fair.
No worries. The second law of thermodynamics and Cox's quotes aren't really that contentious. Second law describes gas dispersion, entropy, osmosis, things of that nature. Entropy, yeah? Entropy law. Second law, easy. Nothing contentious about it. Meanwhile, you think Cox needs defending when it comes to a force of gravity that's not holding gas here. It's not a force. That's really simple stuff. My foundation, you said I hadn't got, is that law of nature and gas dispersion that debunks outer space. There is no outer space. There's no men in space. There's no trips to the moon. There we go. You can deal with that.
I'm just saying you're taking what I said incorrectly because I did not say you didn't have a foundation. I said we should have a strong foundation.
I do. Very strong. I have a very strong foundation in the second law of thermodynamics and its description of how gas would fill space. That's a very strong foundation. 3rd, 4th, 5th.
It's immovable.
Can I just explain something simple for 30 seconds without getting cut off or muted?
That's what I've said. Or take an easier route. No, I could just point out that you're a coward then. You don't want to address what I've said. Okay, coward.
I'm a coward.
Yeah, do what you like, coward.
Okay. Weren't you the one getting upset about ad hominem attacks before too?
Second law of thermodynamics. My conclusion to the argument, as opposed to this little segue that it's attempting to have. There's no outer space. It's fake. Not real. Gas fills space. It's described in the law of nature known as the second law of thermodynamics. That's the conclusion to this discussion. There is no outer space, as opposed to it continuing with an obfuscation and no address from this man. He doesn't have a rebuttal. We'll have a new discussion now that it's been concluded that space is fake, and there is no rebuttal from you.
So you're scared.
It's not a rebuttal. That's an ad hominem attack. The very thing he's accusing me of when I conclude the discussion.
I love
Now
that you
gonna
can
chance
call it
to
out
use
on
some
me, though.
Rice's
It
fallacy.
is. You're
So
right.
You have used the fallacy and are now talking through me, pointing out
And
to
you're
my live
stuttering.
audience
And he's
that you're
stuttering. And he
using
called
a
me out on that
fallacy in
before.
lieu of a rebuttal to the argument conclusion. And now he's
Amazing. I
talking
love
to
you,
me,
dude.
another tactic. It's going to be tolerated. It seems the mods are allowing him to talk straight through the top of me. He's used a fallacy, telling me that I'm scared. Now, that's not the same as me saying you're a coward when you don't address that, which I've been
What's the
putting
name of
to
that
you
fallacy?
8 times. You constantly yammering through is another cowardly move on your part. It's a description of your behavior. What you're doing is cowardly. I'm scared. No, I'm not. I'm concluding the argument. Your rebuttal to me concluding the argument was to tell me I'm scared. An ad hom. Dickhead. That's dickhead behavior. Responding with an ad hom makes you a dickhead. It's not an insult. It's a performance assessment. Space is fake. That little obfuscation didn't work either. I'll just reconclude because he didn't have a rebuttal. I'll point out again, he didn't have a rebuttal because he didn't. His only rebuttal was to tell me that I was scared. No, I'm not scared when I detail gas filling space as described in the second law of thermodynamics. Gas fills space. Oh no, I'm terrified. No, that's stupid. What an idiotic response. Meanwhile, dispersion of gas into volumes, described in the second law of thermodynamics, debunks outer space. Simple. There is no outer space. It's fake. That man doesn't have a rebuttal. All he has is ad homs. Next.
So Nate, do you understand when Brian Cox says gravity is not a X? Do you think he's saying it's X or not X?
I understand that, yes. But can I finish my statement, or is this just going to be a one-sided conversation?
Could you
Look,
We
address
can be serious here and be like adults, or we can be like Nathan Oakley. Are you going to stammer through me?
Rhetorical question.
Nate,
Are you going to be flapping your lips at me?
Address the
Nate,
question.
this is what you do. Address the topic and don't be fallacious. Just use what you think and without jumping into some. Like, if you think Nathan's doing something wrong, don't act like what you think he's acting like, because then you're confessing that you think what you're doing is wrong. It's so weird to say,
Explain that.
like, yeah, like, say if I think my neighbor is wrong for putting a fence up, and then I put a fence up. What do you think that says about me, not my neighbor? You
Listen,
think-
if someone points a gun at me and I point a gun at them, who's at fault here? Like, I wouldn't fault you for putting a fence up if your neighbor put a fence up because you're doing it in retaliation, correct?
The hell are we talking about?
No, this is a. Yeah, you're
What we
missing the
talking about,
point.
Greg?
You are inside a volunteer interaction. This is not
Okay.
Okay, so in
That's
when
fair.
you-
That's different now, though, right?
Okay, yeah.
We're explaining something different now.
So will you address the topic without doing something that you think is wrong?
So with that being the foundation here, with you guys controlling space, and I completely understand it's not my space, I will therefore not continue this conversation because clearly I just get muted whenever I try to explain my side of things. So
You haven't
I'm
got
good.
anything to explain. You haven't given a rebuttal to the second law of thermodynamics violating outer space sky vacuum you think spacemen are in. You haven't got anything to respond to that with. What you can do is say, I'm not going to take part when you're given free reign. The mic was yours for a couple of minutes ago. Nobody interrupted you like you interrupted me repeatedly. You're a scumbag who needs to interrupt. When I highlight the very strong foundation I have in the second law of thermodynamics, the thing you can't respond to. So what, you're going to step back because you're getting muted? We heard you telling us that you're getting muted, so that's stupid. What a stupid thing to say when we could hear you clearly. You could have used that opportunity to address my winning argument that space is fake and
So-
my evidence that's strong and foundational. As you interrupt again. Is that your mute button that you're using on me there, sir? It seems like the opposite of what you're suggesting is actually true. It seems like when I talk about my winning argument, I seem to get muted by you, talking through me. What a wanker. And yet you cry foul like you're getting muted when we heard you in an opportunity to address the second law of thermodynamics violating sky vacuum you believe in, that I have destroyed with a very strong foundation and a description of osmosis, dispersion of gas, Those things that are entropic in nature. I'm reiterating them slightly slower because I won multiple times. What's that you say? You got shut down with the mute button? Well, how the hell did we hear you telling us about it then? Oh, was it in lieu of your opportunity to rebut what I said? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what you had in rebuttal, to moan about being muted in a clear, unimpeded bit of air. That's stupid, isn't it, sir? Meanwhile, space is still fake. There's no spacemen. There's no ISS. There's no people on the trapeze stage that you think are out in a sky vacuum. There's no orbital motion. There's no trips to the moon. There's no gold discs flying off far, far away. It's all bollocks. You just don't have any rebuttal to that statement of fact that I've concluded, with a few interruptions from you trying to mute me and ignoring it and not rebutting it. Next.
I don't think I muted you, did I? And also, do you understand the idea of telling someone something after the fact? Like how I can't say I'm muted while I'm muted? You get that?
Shut up. It's almost as good as a rebuttal to the second law of thermodynamics violating
And you're stuttering.
Star Trek makes. Maybe this is you muting me, sir. Maybe when you asked me if I'm being muted, that was what you're doing right in this second. That is you muting me, sir. You're talking through me as I talk. That means you're impeding what I'm saying when you're getting completely unimpeded air and having to be impeded by a moderator because you're a wanker. And when I talk, you feel it's necessary to talk straight through the middle of me before I've asked you a question. Because when you detect one might be coming your way, like how do you respond to the violation of the second law of thermodynamics that is your sky vacuum you think spacemen are in, the response will be, I get muted. I'm not going to take part in this discussion. That's what you've got in response, mate, which is to say nothing. You don't have a response. Space is fake. That's the conclusion. I'll keep giving it and pointing out to my audience that every time I point that out, you don't have a response. You can moan and ask me about whether or not I know our conversation should take place. That was your last response. I'm assuming that him yattering through me was met with the server moderators having enough of him yattering through the top of me. Put him on server mute because they were sick of him using his mute button on me. Correct?
Yeah, I was hoping to move on to another caller. Seems like it just isn't going anywhere.
Omnivore wants to talk about elevation angles.
I stepped away to answer my front door. What's going on?
Yeah, he's probably not here. He's been joining the VC, but like having it muted, and so that way he thinks that allows him to just type shit in text chat. He's got a very poor understanding of anything anyone tells him.
I know who you're talking about. Fine.
By the way, wants to talk about elevation angles. Why doesn't he want to talk about his Earth curve measurements?
Which ones? There aren't any.
Yeah, I know that. They all want to talk about elevation angle measurements. Surely, if they believe this globe and they think they've got measurements to it, surely they'd want to talk about that. They don't seem to want to do that.
Well, there's 100 people watching this live stream, so I have no issue whatsoever if we are sat in perpetual silence because there's nothing for any globe believers to offer other than moaning about mute buttons and then talking through me summarising the conclusion of a space that's fake over and over again, asking me about whether or not I understand whether or not they're using their fundy mute button with me. Yeah, they are absolutely using a fundy mute button when I destroy space. Outer space is fake.
No. There you go. About to say, don't attack space. That's length, width, and height. But them are linear concepts, Nathan. Why are they appealing to space?
Outer space, the sky vacuum. But yes, the linear breadth and depth is something that could only really occur if you've got a flat plane beneath your feet, if you're going to describe it in any practical application with respect to the world we live in. That space is ours. They won't be using that space. That's not a globe space, is it? It's a flat Earth space. Euclidean.
Is there any other space?
No. There is a belief in a sky vacuum, outer space. That's definitely not real. It violates the second law of thermodynamics. What's that you say? I hear a wonderful rebuttal. I'm not going to take part in this conversation. You'll just mute me. What a fantastic rebuttal. It's almost like you brought the spacemen back into reality with that. What a fantastic debate we've taken place.
Well, I was just pointing out, since he wanted to make, talk to foundational, understanding what his foundation was. All of them's foundation. They just lost respect for it.
About earlier today.
Ed, sorry, Crit.
Okay. Earlier today, we had a sort of an impromptu discussion about zetetic astronomy. I'm not sure if you've ever given a take on it, or just if you got one at all. Like, where do you see that fitting in like this discussion?
What is zetetic astronomy?
Well, it's sort of like the same way that you use zeticism for the Earth, and then using the same methods and practice for the sky. Does it tie in? Well, just what you observe, like what you see is what you get. They're kind of like the real short version of it.
Okay. I don't have an opinion in that regard. It sounds a bit loose and fast. That's
generally what I thought you were going to say. I just was wondering where you're at with it, because maybe sometimes people surprise you, and they might give a completely different take than what you would expect.
Maybe. I mean, if people want to lean into measurements, it doesn't get any more empirical when it comes to physical measurements of the surface of Earth. That's about as strong as you can get for evidence. So, zeticism, bit of a mouthful, of the past, is fine for Robotham. It's just, that's not what we lean into when Earth is measured flat. That's far more cut and dry. But if you're going to say, well, it looks flat, therefore it is flat, we've lent into that standard in years gone by. If you want to call that a zetetic standard that we used to adhere to, then I'd put my hand up and say guilty.
Yeah, the only problem with that is looks can be deceiving.
Like beer goggles.
Yeah. Or, like say you're on a non-inertial plane of reference and you're spinning and someone throws a ball in an inertial reference frame over your head. The ball curving.
I'm going to go with yes.
If you're going to hold to the zeticism, you would have to. Yes, that's good.
What is a person that believes in zeticism, if I could even say it? Is it a zeticist? How do you even say that word? That is that person. Zeticist? Is that what you'd call him?
Yeah, I suppose, maybe. I guess it depends on the context. Like, if they're advocating for that, then they would be a zeticist.
That's the one. You said it better than I did. Well done. Zeteticist.
Zeteticist.
Only when you come to actually say it, you go, oh, it's harder than it seems. Wrapping your lips around that one.
Yeah, I guess it'd be interesting, like, if someone were to say they practice now I did it. But then they also advocate that for being the only thing you do. It would almost be like a contradiction. They would be advocating for like a globalist zeticism. Like, only that is allowed. No other forms of inquiry are allowed anymore. It's almost like they would like level up the globalist agenda to be, you all must accept this one idea. Otherwise, the own idea contradicts it. I know it might sound like a word soup there, but basically what I'm saying is the globalist worldview has baked in explanations to how to handle disagreement, how to explain flat earthers, and they ignore it. They throw their own model away as soon as they have to explain any level of disagreement. They're science deniers.
I get what you're saying because you're describing an anti-flat earther when you say they'll deny their own nonsense if it's contradicting a flat earther's opinion. We call those anti-flat earthers, but you said it's baked in. What do you mean it's baked in?
Was baked in where, like, Carl Sagan had said his interpretation of the pale blue dot, that you're all interconnected. The greatest hero and the most cowardly villain, the best statesman and the most anarchy person, you're all together. It's all one humanity on one planet. There's no difference between you or anyone else. Like the amount of difference between the very smartest person and the very dumbest person in a cosmic sense is virtually zero. And what the globals will do is they'll come into that conversation and be like, Carl Sagan's a complete idiot, because to understand the globe, you have to point down at other people that they are uneducated when their own model suggests there is no difference between the two groups of people. It'd be like a zeteticist saying, my personal take and your personal take are all personal takes, but only their personal take should be accepted. It's a hard contradiction and a complete breakdown in their worldview, showing that they will deny what the experts say. Like they'll say, hey, flat earthers, you need to listen to all these people with all these degrees, and then they don't listen to them. You're like, why would I? Why should I listen to Carl Sagan if you don't listen to him?
You're using Carl Sagan, which is fine. We tend to use Neil deGrasse Tyson in those examples, with the anti-flat earthers throwing him under the bus completely in terms of his rhetoric. And he's a high priest. That's not to say that sometimes Tyson can behave like an anti-flat earther and deny his own rhetoric. For the most part, he's a pretty good high priest, right? Most of what he says is just standard fair globe belief. But if it doesn't comport with what a flat earther's disagreeing with or showing to be wrong, then they'll happily put forth an anti-globe and anti-flat earth rhetoric in the face of what the flat earthers put forth to debunk Tyson, and therefore throwing Tyson under the bus in the process.
Yeah, that's another good one too, where Tyson had said, with flat earthers, like, hey, don't worry about it. There's always going to be people who disagree with you. Keep looking up. And the globals will sit there and argue against that. Like his whole show about Star Talk and using your imagination, finding the way to communicate with other people, and they just ignore it. They just pretend like none of this stuff ever existed. That there wasn't any sort of concept of Star Trek or Star Wars or these fantasy worlds out there where people solved problems and used like other ways of communicating with each other. They just pretend like none of that exists, and just day in, day out, they completely freak out that there's a couple of people online minding their own business for the most part. Like they can't even take the day to contemplate why their worldview is so broken and just try to figure that part out. Figure your stuff out, and then come here and talk about how flat Earth doesn't fit into your cosmology.
Will you accept $100,000?
They can't. I'll give you $100,000 to not talk, Brenda. Will you accept defeat, Brenda, when you can't get elevation to increase every single millimeter or inch horizontally?
Why were you dressing her?
Yeah, don't chase it. Her mute must have expired, and someone else got it quick.
I'm just saying they all should concede. That's all. Whoever they are, anybody, all the ones who have no point, like Omnivore and all of them, they all. They keep mixing up their cosmology with ours. That's the problem. They're like, yours has to interpret ours. They say flat Earth has to be interpreted in their way with their stuff or else. And why can flat Earth work without working the way that their stuff works? Like gravity and all the magic and all the different things the way they say it does. And they keep confusing it. And that's the problem. And then they point at everything. They have no reference for the thing they're talking about, their own thing. They don't have, like, so a reference for a stationary thing. Do they have that to compare if they think everything's always, always, always moving on their ball? No. So in that case, they've never seen anything stationary to say whether the thing would be or not. If the thing they are on is stationary and they don't know it, it's the same principle. Then they're saying they're moving, but they're not. So then have they ever been on a moving thing? No, they don't have a reference. They're on a
But
stationary
that's their
thing.
problem, D-Mark.
No, I know, but I'm saying, how do we, why do they keep doing that?
Worse than that, mate. They measured the Earth flat, claim it's a globe.
Exactly, that's the problem. You see, if somebody told me they didn't want to talk to me, all I got to do is say that one time, and I'm done. Why do these people keep coming back trying to engage with Nathan? Why?
Yeah, as a guest specifically for that. That's why they're being invited to.
No,
now.
no. I'm talking about certain people like Brendan.
Oh, those people are just in pain.
Exactly. They're in pain because they know that what they believe is nothing.
They want you to surrender to
Nothing can exist.
Exactly. A globe can't exist. It's just nothing.
Cosmology, astronomy, and astrophysics are all demonstrable pseudosciences. So whatever word you put out in front of it, it's not going to change. They're all demonstrable pseudosciences. So just blow that off. Zetetic astronomy, what is that? Give an example of zetetic astronomy. Whoever.
Also, there was an appeal to them having a model to argue from. We'd like a demonstration or a presentation of that model.
When did that come? That must have slipped me by.
Yeah, the models always slip you by.
Zetetic astronomy, waiting for an example. Here's one.
I would be happy with the definition of aestheticism at this point.
Is it as a test?
It means to seek.
Which is yet to be defined.
Yeah, it means to seek.
Seek.
Yeah.
That's deep.
It is deep. To seek and thou shalt find.
We sneaking.
I just looked it up. Zeticism derived from the Greek word zeteo, meaning to seek. You're all over it, Crit. It's a system of scientific inquiry, really, that emphasizes experimentation and observation over pre-existing theories, aiming to base conclusions solely on what is observed. Quite muddled picture. It has some good words in it. Let's get an example.
Muggled. Like Harry Potter.
Muddled.
The Seeker.
Muddled. It's
Oh,
a
sorry.
muddled composition.
That was a Harry Potter. He's a seeker.
He's a seeker.
Yeah,
They call me Seeker.
Goes after the snitch.
Is that a Who song?
Oh, it's a Harry Potter subplot.
The space cowboy. They call me a seeker.
There's another one. Space Cowboy.
I mean, Nathan.
Who's that space cowboy?
Billy Joe and Bobby Sue.
Oh, that song. Don't tell me. Oh,
Okay, we
What if
won't.
you continue to seek after you found?
what's the name of the group, though?
It's told us not to tell you.
Steve Miller Band.
Time. I was growing a ZZ Top beard.
I usually got it with music. And by the way, John, you're lucky you weren't in front of me yesterday. Not QE. Refracted.
It's not refracted. It's reflected. You've just been P-jumped.
No.
Thought he changed it back.
Changed it back.
Oh, did he? Okay.
Did, yeah. You're not exactly Mr. Current Affairs, are you?
I'm looking at his name. Hold on. I'm looking at his name in this hangout, and it has REFLACTED. That's reflected.
Ah, you
It
lied to us,
appears
John.
you haven't been keeping up on current events.
Yeah, he's got us there, Nathan.
Yeah, he has, hasn't he? I take it back, John. You're right. QE, I'm sorry.
Which John?
You, Quantum Eraser. I'm sorry, I was wrong. You are correct. I stand corrected.
That's new.
Wait. What
What's
did Bob
new?
the Science Guy call you?
About to say,
Is
there's
the
always a
quantum
first time.
eraser?
Couldn't hear you, Neil. You're being rumpus by the show host.
Well, he takes precedence. So what were you saying, Nathan?
I was just making a joke. Doesn't matter, Neil.
Oh, in politics, let's try this again. Somebody belly up, cowboy the heck up. What is your bestest scientific evidence for your globe?
Come on, Nate.
Oh, you didn't hear me? Cowboy the heck up. Let's get this show back on course. What is your bestest scientific evidence for your globe? Simple question.
Supposed to be doing the music, Nathan.
Music. Right, time's up. There isn't any. QE, that's a malformed question.
Don't you give that up. When I first came out here, it was the whole body of science.
It's toying with you now, globe believers. It's measured flat, even if you're a globe believer. You're new here, you might not be aware of these things. It is literally game over. Now that I recognise this, I shorten the time for the world at large to find this sort of stuff out. Got the internet. No amount of censorship will change the obvious and observable facts about the world you live in. It is always, without exception, measured flat. There are no examples of the globe ever being utilised or measured in any way, shape or form. In fact, quite the contrary, the measurements that are asserted to be globe measurements are also flat earth measurements. So it's a done deal. You do live on a flat earth, in case you didn't know. I'll be the first to tell you. My name's Nathan Oakley, 1980. Also my PayPal address.
Try a simpler question. How do you have horizon on a globe chart?
Did you say globetard? How can you have a horizon on a globe is the question on the table. Anybody who
Hard.
wants to play?
By obstruction.
Shout out to Sensual Goat. He says, have a great weekend, everyone, except for the ballers. Thank you for the super chat.
That's what he said, except for the ballers.
Except for the ballers. That's what he said, yeah. Thank you for the super chat.
Hey, you gonna add the show for tomorrow?
I can plug the Ballbusters. I did it on yesterday's show. I took a chance that it would actually be the case that we'd have a Ballbusters. So I said yesterday, be here or be sphere on the Quantum Eraser YouTube channel. It will be a Ballbusters.
What's it about?
What's Ballbusters about?
It's going to be a good one.
It's gonna be part 2. Duffy and Major Idiot Wolfie 60/20 Clown Show. Ground control to Major Idiot.
Somebody's got to clip out that movie Slapshot when Paul Newman sees the Hanson brothers playing with their toys in the hotel room. Comes back in, he says, they brought their effing toys. That's what we got to put for these guys.
Back to the question. Dollars. How do you have a horizon on a globe with sugar on top?
By obstruction. I told you already.
there's a voice, incoherent voice from the past. Is the shoe a hypothesis?
No, shoes are part of your phenomenological experiences.
Oh, you said shoe was a hypothesis. We got you recorded.
Yeah, the hypothesis is that it's a shoe and not a cake.
You did it again.
Ah, you're dumb.
Neither shoes or cakes are phenomena.
That's right. Could it be a cake, though?
It's not something happening. Phenomena.
It could be.
Happening.
It could be, right?
Can a shoe be a cake?
No.
Could be.
Could your phenomenal experience of a shoe actually be a cake?
Can't even spell it.
Of course it is. Of
We'll
course
find
it could be.
Zanuck and have a conversation with him.
Yeah.
Just read Kant on phenomenology versus.
Just read this.
Lumina.
According to the slope-intercept formula, y equals mx plus b, all horizontal lines which are derived from horizon have a rate of change of slope of 0. Baltard's IQ, collective. Unfortunately, the United States Naval Academy defines curvature as the rate of change of slope of non-zero. So how can we go out in reality, see horizons everywhere that have a rate of change of slope of 0, but yet be told by the glue-sniffing, heliocentric, Baltard-spinning space monkeys that we got to have rate of change of slope of non-zero along a tangent from our feet in every direction? Reconcile that.
The horizon is caused by the Earth gets in the way.
I didn't ask what the horizon is caused by.
That's what it's caused by.
I didn't ask that. Red herring fallacy.
Grandpa Fiddlebones here if anybody here has any questions for me or anything.
Okay then. Who are you, Wolfman Jack?
That guy will bet that.
Question or if there's any comments for me, I'm here to answer them.
You have gas.
You could consider this like an AMA sort of thing.
Well, how can you have gas pressure without a container?
It takes energy to leave the Earth's gravitational field. That's why.
Shut up. You're not Grandpa Fiddlebone. You're a moron.
It does. It takes energy to leave the Earth's gravitational field.
Of gravity.
That's-
Shut up, glue sniffer. Grandpa Fiddlebone.
It takes energy to leave the Earth. That's
I
why
believe they're
that's why
asking
we
me a
have an
question,
atmosphere.
sir.
We have an atmosphere because it takes energy.
That means air,
No, it's
gas,
not.
spheres of shape, gases have no inherent shape. Fell
It
first
takes
grade intro to
energy. It takes
away.
energy to
Shut
leave
up.
the Earth.
It's like you want to be muted. You're not in the conversation, Brenda.
What are you mute
You could
up?
ask me a question about gravity, about eggs.
Did just
We
ask
already
you a
asked
question.
you a question, glue
Right,
sniffer.
let's do
How
it
do
with
you have
Grandpa.
gas pressure without a container is the question.
There you go.
Like I said, you could ask me any question about gravity, the globe,
my
eggs.
We just
What?
did.
What's
Right,
the
third
question,
time.
sir?
Just did. You're
Nathan,
obviously
have you
deaf.
heard of Grandpa Fiddlebone?
Saying this sentence, he's talking through me. So, Grandpa Fiddlebone's an asshole. We've asked you 3
Whatever do you mean
times.
by that?
Talking through me again while I point out that we've asked 3 times and you're not answering the question, you're
I'm
talking
asking
to
a
me.
clarification.
Just remove Grandpa Fiddlebone, who's an asshole. So, comedian asshole, you've been removed from the discussion. You could have taken part in the discussion with me, but you're a prick. You were here to cause confusion. That's your only obfuscation tactic. Clearly, a dumbass. Don't have any debate. Just had a tactic. I'll be an idiot and talk in a funny... Oh, yeah, you're a wanker. Get lost, wanker. Is this it? Just comedians to defend the globe religion? You've got allegedly billions of people who think they're on a spinning ball flying through a sky vacuum, and the best you've got to defend this shit is Grandpa Fiddlebone. You having me on? Oh, I can talk about gravity. We tried that with the other dickheads that had been here, Grandpa Fiddlebone. They didn't want to know. Me pointing out that we got dispersion laws, second law specifically. You can point that out to you blue in the face. Mean that anybody's going to ever acknowledge it from the globe side. You guys have got a religion to maintain. Grandpa Fiddlebone can tell you about gravity, can he? Yeah, we're all well aware of what gravity is, thanks. Doesn't change how fake space sky vacuums are. That's what we were hoping to discuss with Grandpa Fiddlebone. He just wasn't going to play ball, was he? How do you have gas pressure without a container? Asshole, Fiddlebone, that is. And it put to him 3, now 4 times. Give maybe one more opportunity, Grandpa Fiddlebone.
Well, like I said, you could ask me any question you like. I'm here to answer questions. I'm here to...
Asshole. How do you have gas pressure without a container? It's not like you've had it 4 times, 5 times. 5.
But you're talking to me and not somebody else. I'm just trying to get some clarification here. I'm just trying to understand who you're referring to right now.
You, Grandpa Fiddlebone. How do you have gas pressure without a container?
But can you confirm you're talking to me? Is that it?
Yeah, you're a dumbass. You've been removed from the discussion. You one-trick pony. Joke was funny once. Meanwhile, outer space is fake. There is no sky vacuum. No men in a ISS tin can that need rescuing. Oh, did some of you Americans feel nostalgic for that utter crap that you got fed? If you were believing that crap, you were duped. It makes you stupid. My name's Nathan Oakley. I'm the one calling you stupid for believing that men got rescued from a sky vacuum in a tin can called the ISS. You believing that crap is hilarious to me. I'll mock you. And how gullible you are if you believe that. And maybe I can put a question to you panel members here in Discord. Did any of you guys who believe in a globe believe that there was guys in a tin can being rescued recently? Are you gullible enough to believe that? Anybody on the globe side of the discussion?
Well, I think what's interesting about that is Butch, whatever, I can't remember his last name, Williams or something. He thanked Jesus for it. He said, like, hey, what do you want? You're back on Earth. Did something you want to say? He's like, I prayed every day for Jesus to save me from low orbit. And then people are like, well, don't you want to thank Musk and Trump for saving you from, like Biden left you up there. Isn't that who saved you? He's like, no, Jesus saved me. And then you're like thinking, well, now the atheist, they think that the astronauts are all atheists too for some reason. This guy's telling you Jesus saved him from outer space.
Reminds me of a joke.
Hey, just being a blasphemer.
It reminds me of a joke, but it was probably in poor taste when it was told originally, but I just won't make any references. There's a guy with waters rising all around him, and everyone around him's evacuating, they're leaving their homes. And they're saying, come with us, Bob. You need to come, you're going to get washed away in the water. And he's like, no. Jesus will save me. I'm staying exactly where I am. He stays, and the water comes in. It starts coming over the porch and through the front door. Oh. I comes wading past in big wellies, and he's like, I've got a spare pair of waders here, Bob. Come with me. You'll get washed away in the flood. It's like, no. Jesus will save me. Days go by, and water's raised up to the first floor. Guy's in there. There's a boat comes by, a little paddling dude, one of his neighbours who happened to have a little dinghy. It's like, Bob! Oh, thank God! I've saved you! I didn't know you were still here. My God, it's a good job I'm here. Come with me, jump in the boat, I'm going to save you. And he's like, no. Don't be so hasty. Jesus will save me. Like, are you nuts? Jump in. No. Jesus, it's all right, I'm out of here. A couple more days go by, and Bob's on the roof of his house, and there's a helicopter flying over. And it sees Bob on the roof of the house, and he's like, "Sir, grab hold of the ladders. We will save you." Bob's like, from the top of the roof, "All right, Jesus is going to save me." The helicopter's like, "You're nuts!" So the helicopter flies away, and sadly, Bob drowns. He's been a really good guy, so he goes up to heaven, right? And Bob's like, "What's going on? Why am I here?" And Jesus stands before him and he says, "Well, why do you think you're here? You died." He says, "Well, why didn't you save me?" He says, "Sent your mate with the waders, I sent the guy with the boat, I sent a bleeding helicopter."
You were supposed to write Jesus on the helicopter, and then he would have been like, "Okay, Jesus."
Any more for any more. Thanking politics for having us.
It's
you
a-
will not.
I'm being told what I'm going to do. We'll stay a little bit longer. Is there any other questions in regards to the nature of Earth? If you don't know it's measured flat, I'll tell you. Earth's measured flat. You're a globe believer, it's still measured flat.
Can a basketball be measured flat?
No. Unless you deflate it.
Is it deflated Earth now?
And if it doesn't spontaneously inflate, that violates the second law of thermodynamics, according to Left the Foot.
Just to answer the question, no. But we're not measuring basketballs when I say Earth is measured flat. I mean, I'm specifically referencing Earth and how it's measured when I say that. As indicated by saying Earth.
Well, I just wanted to point
Excuse
out.
me, Mr. Nathan. Mr. Nathan, this is Grandpa Fiddlebone. I have a question
Come on,
for you,
Fiddlebone.
sir.
Come on, Fiddlebone. Relax, man. I was just about to. Let me get mine out, then you can hop in. Hold on, Fiddle. I mean, I don't need to measure the basketball to know it's a ball, though.
Okay, well, you'll do well in the basketball factory.
You laughing isn't a good look, dude.
Wilson.
Wilson. Yeah, but if you're ever trapped with a ball on a deserted island, it would be useful to understand how navigation works. Then you might be able to find where you are. Having a sextant would be dead handy in those sorts of circumstances. Obviously, you'd have to have a good appreciation of how Earth is measured flat. Then you could find where you are, and you might be able to find your way home.
What if I'm in the southern hemisphere?
Still do the same thing in the southern hemisphere. Same thing. You can still measure angles to stars in the southern hemisphere. That hemisphere is a view of the heavens, hemispheric.
But I can't see Polaris there.
Do you want to address what I've just said to you? In the southern hemisphere,
I am.
That's the southern hemisphere of stars over a flat plane when you mathematicize that description with mapping and navigation. But it's still measuring angles on a flat plane in a system flat, measuring stars and the angles to them in the south. It's the same. That's my answer to your question. Could you acknowledge that we still measure Earth flat in the south? Because that's what you asked me.
Well, I don't want to acknowledge that because I don't believe that, but I will say this. I will say, then what started you...
Wanker, can you shut this asshole wanker up? Because I've just addressed his fucking question. And what's he done?
He just addressed it. Let me ask a question now. He just addressed it.
Shut him up, because I'm furious. I am sick and tired of wankers. You just asked me how it worked in the fucking south, and I told you, you stupid asshole. Did you acknowledge it? No, you pissed in my face as a thank you, didn't you, you asshole? We still measure angles with respect to a hemispherical dome of the heavens, the stars, described when mapping them on a flat plane for the angle measurements to the stars. I'm repeating it for my audience's benefit because you asshole, you're not fucking acknowledging it. You're a prick. You're the type of shithead that we have to deal with. Somebody who thinks they've got a clever question about how the southern hemisphere works. When I point out that that means we're describing the angle measurements to a hemispherical view of the stars over a flat plane and ask you to acknowledge what I've graciously answered you with, you chant through me. You're a wanker. Fuck off, you stupid wanker. You get my disdain, globe-believing assholes. When I take the time out of my day to educate you, ignorant pricks, I expect a thank you. I don't expect you to piss in my face when I gave you the answer that you've asked for. How's it work in the Southern Hemisphere? I told him, didn't I? Did I get a thank you for it? No, I did not, did I? What I got is disrespected. So I'll disrespect him back in the exact same way. I'll swear at him, foul language, just treat him like a piece of shit. That's what he did to me when I answered his bleeding question. I respectfully answered his question, didn't I? I expect a bleeding acknowledgement from you globe tossers. I expect you to say, well, I don't believe that. Believe what? The absolute fact that we still measure angles to stars with a sextant in the south? Nothing to believe. I'm just getting pissed in my face, aren't I? That's what I'm getting. And I answer his sodding question. A frickin' outrage. That's why I muster this disdain and tell him off and swear at him, in case anybody's wondering. You think you're justified after you get a graceful answer from me? I don't believe. I don't give a shit what you believe. I've just taken my time out of my day to answer you, you stupid asshole. Acknowledge that or fuck off.
Hey Nathan, this is Grandpa Fiddlebone. It's a different question. I wasn't the one who asked that question before. Now let me ask you a simple question. This is Grandpa.
Nobody said it was.
Oh, okay. I thought you were yelling at me.
Not stuttering much. Your comedian vibe failed immediately when you just stuttered.
Can you elucidate with precise geodetic specificity?
Ruin your timing by stepping all over you. That'll ruin your timing. Your comedian gig will be over.
Whatever do you mean by that?
Like this.
I'm asking you a simple question.
Are there any jokes coming? It sounds like you've just got stutter. Are there any jokes?
Can you elucidate with precise geodetic specificity how the azimuthal equidistant projection of a planar Earth reconciles with the Coriolis-induced...
Stop being funny. You think dropping in a serious question while I'm pointing out how crap your timing's become with me interrupting that timing? Have you run out of jokes? I asked you a specific question.
Yeah, now
just to a uniform lithospheric density distribution absent the oblate spheroidal curvature empirically validated by satellite.
Word salad, you stupid numpty. You failed to complete that word sentence fragment.
Validated by satellite allometry and interferometry synthetic aperture radar data.
You're a retard. You're a retard. You don't even know what the word you're using. You're a retard. Retard. We're done with you. You're gone, retard. Word salad didn't make you look smart, and your comedic one-trick pony act didn't last very long, did it? Nobody's laughing anymore. Yeah, your one-trick pony joke got one laugh. Now nobody's laughing. All you got was that your only joke. Hello, being asked something. Is that your only joke? Grandpa Fiddlebone.
Do you need me to rephrase that for you, or?
Are you capable of interacting with a proactive respondent?
Let me ask it a bit clearer. Can you expound with meticulous cartographic precision how the planar terrestrial paradigm sustains the Coriolis-driven cyclonic rotational dichotomous across hemispheric atmospheric dynamics?
driven.
while simultaneously reconciling the gravimetric irregularities?
Coriolis driven.
Precisely.
Please.
Yes, Don Coriolis.
No, he's pointing out you can't be Coriolis driven.
No, no. Find
Well, you can if there's a cyclonic rotational dichometric hemispheric atmospheric dynamic.
Right. On the globe side, they don't know the difference, with the exception of Bruhit and Conspiracy Cast. Seems the rest of them don't know the difference between being funny and being a smartass.
Whatever do you mean by that?
He adds nothing to the world. Right? He's just a nobody.
I'm asking a simple question here.
Yeah, okay. Brian and the guy.
I mean, I wouldn't allow him on my server for even 30 seconds.
Just to the guy who's asked the question.
It's Grandpa Fiddlebone.
My apologies. Brian's caught you out at the point that you're asking about a contradiction in regards to Coriolis. Do you have it influencing things?
Well, that's the question. How do you reconcile that with the cyclonic rotational dichotomies?
You're just muting me. You're just going to mute me. Yeah?
Mute you? I don't have power to mute, sir.
I'll appeal to the moderators. I'm in the middle of saying something and Grandpa Fiddlebones decided he's going to mute me. I'll try that again.
Whatever do you mean by mute you?
Expose yourself. No, it's just going to be a non-stop. I get muted by Grandpa Fiddlebone, it seems. Try fourth time. Brian's caught you out. He asked you about what Coriolis was because there was a point in your diatribe of word salad you didn't understand, contradicted what Coriolis was as it was influencing things. Brian caught it and then asked you to define what the Coriolis effect would be. He didn't. Therefore, we knew instantly that you're just reading off a load of words.
Well, it's a phenomenon that constitutes...
He's muting me again. It's just him muting me as I embarrass him. Brian's caught him out. I've now made fifth attempt to point out that we knew the point you didn't know the words and their meanings as you rattled them off. I've already been exposed as a pretender clown, trying to sound smart with long scripted words that you don't know the meaning of. We do, and as you use them, Brian is catching you out and then trying to clarify just how dumb you are with the words you don't understand the meaning of as you use them. We do know the words that you're using. We also know that you don't and that they're word salad when you use them.
Usually when everyone's laughing but you're not, it's because you're the joke, dude.
Well, I just want to make sure he's referring to me. This is Grandpa. That whole thing you said, was that referring to me or someone else, or what are we talking about right now?
Nobody knows,
We're
bro.
not talking anymore. I think
So the Coriolis phenomenon constitutes an inertial pseudo-force manifestation.
Getting clarity about who's being spoken to, you can be damn sure he's going to mute me. Right?
Oh, I just need some confirmation here, sir.
Just mute me. What? Mute me while I answer you. Yeah, you've got a globe tactic repertoire that you're now engaged in. Yeah, we've seen.
Whatever do you mean by that?
What you're doing now, right this second, is not new. It's not unique. It's not special. You're just a wanker. You're a fairly standard wanker. That's what you are.
You could say I'm above average. That's okay too.
Okay, you're an above average wanker.
I appreciate that, Nathan.
He just debunked. He just debunked himself. But he said the Coriolis phenomenon. That would be an effect, then, wouldn't it?
Well, it would be unless it constituted an initial pseudo-force manifestation.
You don't know what you're talking about. He's just a bullshitter.
I'm explaining it to you, sir. It's emergent within non-inertial reference frameworks. It's pretty simple stuff.
He's just a time waster and a bullshitter who doesn't know what he's talking about.
It's emergent with a non-inertial reference frame. Which non-inertial reference frame would that be?
Well, I mean, there's tangential velocity factors and vectors that we're not referring to here.
Let's try it second time. Second time. Which non-inertial frame of reference would that be? Second time. Count them off.
Well, it's orthogonal. That's the point here.
This will be the third time I ask you. Which non-inertial reference frame would that be? Third time. Spastic reader.
I believe I'm answering it, but orthogonality is the correct scientific word.
You're exposed. Yeah, you're exposed. You're a retard. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about, retard, do you?
It's not
Well, there's a
funny.
consequential artifact of rotational angular momentum.
my sweetheart, but you think you could just keep babbling?
I'm simply
Hey,
talking
really?
about momentum
I just got here,
conservation
and your
in a planetary
response to the
kinematic
question
system.
about
Talking
your,
right through your chocolate.
your response to which non-inertial reference frame are you talking about? It's orthogonal.
Or
What the hell are you
orthogonal.
talking
That's correct. Or if you want the scientific word, it's
How is that correct?
orthogonality.
What does that mean? Do you know what a non-inertial reference frame is?
No, he doesn't.
Yeah, it's a tangential velocity vector. It's simple stuff here.
That's really
Tangential.
this guy's
Please
serious.
define orthogonal, please, and how it relates to what you're calling the Coriolis phenomenon.
Well, I simply said it. It's a consequential artifact of rotational angular momentum. It's kind of simple scientific thesis here.
You mentioned orthogonality, which is 90 degrees to vertical.
Right.
Well, if you want to think of it that way, on a planar spherical kinematic system,
He has yet to define that. He hasn't defined the Coriolis effect. He's talking around a lot of things, but he's not defining anything.
Or telling us which is
He's just a
the
bullshitter.
non-inertial frame of reference he's detailing. Hasn't told us that.
well, I could simplify it a bit for you folks if you need. There's some sort of perpendicular configurational alignment here.
Anything. You're an idiot. We just need you to answer the questions that we're asking you. If you want to come in here trying to waste our time,
am.
we're going to get something out of this. Now, Nathan asked you a question. Please answer that.
I just did. There's a perpendicular configurational alignment that tends to act as sort of a directional axis
If you don't understand.
with a rectilinear 90-degree angularity here.
Being able to say the word orthogonal doesn't make you intelligent. Now, Nathan
Sounds
asked
like
you
D-Rose.
which reference frame you're referring
The
to.
inertial reference frame, sir. It's simple stuff here.
You said the non-inertial.
Yeah.
Which was the non-inertial reference frame?
Non-inersal, inertial, same thing. Similar thing at the very least.
Right, we're done with this clown. He doesn't know.
Please take him away. He's just wasting his time.
There's a relativistic rectilinear orthogonal relationship here in the angles.
Shut that one
you idiot.
For everybody in here. This is for everyone.
Whatever do you mean by that?
Why would you want your time wasted? If you're going to come in here to talk to Flat Earth,
This is what you got, ballers.
would you want to be dealing with this guy?
What you've got.
What's the purpose of it?
Represent. This is what you've got, man. This guy.
Yeah, blow honky.
The same
This
thing.
guy just said that non-inertial and inertial reference frame are the same thing.
Yeah.
But question: why would you name them differently if they're the same thing, buddy?
Monkey feeding him.
You're gonna try to reason with them, chocolate.
I don't know. I just got here. This sounds fun. I don't know what's going on, but yeah.
We're getting made fun of by a retard. Basically, what's going on? He's trying to make it. Yeah, he's trying to clown us.
When he said the non-inertial and inertial reference frame are the same thing, that's cute.
Yeah, it's like the kids in special ed making fun of the kids in regular class at this point.
Yeah, but what it is that the reason why he thinks that's a good thing to do is because he thinks that Flat Earthers must be stupid. So when he comes in here and waffles on with a lot of rubbish, and suddenly he's caught out within his waffle, he can't then deal with that. So he has to just keep on waffling. Where's his evidence that we're the stupid ones when he doesn't know what he's talking about, even within his own rubbish? Because if I'm going to do that, the least I'm going to do is get my facts correct. I won't be getting caught out with simple things in the middle of sentences. I won't be happy if I'm going to take that route. So how are we the stupid ones in this scenario? That's what I'd like to know. That's why he's here, because he pre-assumes that he's the smart one. This is the problem with our opposing
He just
side.
proved he's not.
Yeah, but this is the thing. How is he the smart one then?
He's not.
How is he the smart one?
He isn't, Brian. They want to assume that they can waffle a load of word salad at us and catch us out like we don't know what all the words mean. Like, no. Like you've just pointed out, Brian, if you're going to do that and be comedic, you've got to know what all the terms mean so that you can catch your opponent out. Well, he didn't, did he? So he's not going to look smart at the end of that process because he isn't smart. Anyway, with that, I'm going to say, if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premium Streams, stay tuned as there will be an after show to follow. Though, if you are watching this live, this is where we bid you farewell. So, another massive thank you to today's Discord and G Plus panels for making today's live show possible, and a massive thank you to all of you for liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. Just see if I missed any super chats. I didn't.
Well, obvious scripting is obvious.
And subscribing and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I'll see you all in the next video.
Yo, go.
No, I was just like, really? This is the type of day we're having.
Yeah, he's trying to describe Coriolis. The plane of reference is 90 degrees to something. Orthogonality.
What Coriolis?
I ain't even trying to figure that out. He's claiming it's orthogonal, and then asking us about the plane of reference that you just friggin' utilized. What are you talking about?
I see.
Well, it's quite a simple concept here.
What's the simple concept?
Oh, absent the oblate spheroidal curvature, there's some empirical validation that can be validated by a satellite allometry and interferometric synthetic aperture radar data.
He's still saying words.
Exactly.
Nice, bro. Let's go, bro.
Yeah, see, we got smart globers too, guys.
Does he understand the majority or any of the words he just said?
He knows every one of them.
Cool. So, define Coriolis. It was asked earlier. He didn't do it.
I believe I answered that many times.
It's really funny.
Hey, wait.
This will be about the fourth time I answer.
Hold on. The fact that you just brought up the oblate spheroid, I got a question for you. I want to know, which type of glober are you? Are you the pear-shaped globe earther? Are you the oblate spheroid earther? Or are you the perfectly beautiful spherical NASA earther? Which one?
Well, here's the thing. I'm just asking questions here. That's what I'm doing.
I guarantee he's pear-shaped.
I heard you trying to tell people what Coriolis force or phenomenon is. That's what I heard. You just brought up an oblate spheroid, so I want to know, is it an oblate spheroid? Is it a pear? Or is it a perfect sphere like we're shown by your alma mater, NASA? Which one is it?
And you're talking to me, is that correct? I just want to make sure you're referring to Grandpa right now. Or
Hi,
someone
guys.
else.
Hi, everyone. Hello, everyone.
Hi, how's it going?
I'm okay. I'm okay. How are you?
Annalise, can I appeal to the mods to mute the Grandpa Fiddlebone if we're going to engage Annalise?
Whatever for.
Fiddlebone conversation.
Because you're incoherent and retarded by demonstration.
Guys, let's not use the R word. It's not very nice.
Look, right here. If you want to get off proof,
it's very offensive.
Go away. Really.
Hold on.
Either come up with some glow proof or go away. I'm not interested in what we should or shouldn't do.
He's gone, Brian. That guy's gone.
Oh, this lady, Annalise, the minute she comes in, she starts telling us what we should and shouldn't do. Just where's your glow proof or go away.
Yeah, I concur with that.
That's pretty logical. I must be logical.
I literally just said you should not say the R word. That's it.
But
That's all.
retarded means mentally held back. He demonstrated he was mentally held back. Why is it wrong to say that's retarded?
Well, just say mentally challenged, man. You don't have to use the R word.
Exactly. Thank you.
Okay,
He's a
so
global.
the phone policing's over. Can we get back
hold
to
on,
the...
just one sec. Right, Annalise, what's been put
Yes.
to you is that do you understand what the word retard means?
Oh my god, I'm so offended right now. This is ridiculous.
Can we shut Rob Noxious up? Rob Noxious is just doing what I was hoping that the guy, whatever Grandpa was going to do. Rob Noxious has decided to take up those reins instead. Annalise, to retard means to hold back. You understand that?
Yes, of course. I'm English.
Excellent. So to describe him as mentally retarded when demonstrating exactly that is an accurate description of what he is.
Yeah, but don't you think it's a little abrasive?
No.
No.
What did he say anyway? What did he even say?
I don't know, Annalise. It's just you're deciding that you're going to give orders of how we should talk.
I never
we're not
said
telling
that.
you, and now you're talking through me. Finished.
Sorry, I didn't mean to.
You're still doing it now. Ideally, I won't be telling you how to talk. We will hopefully engage in discussion about the nature of Earth. If during that discussion one of us behaves in a certain way and the other describes it or summarises it, I'd hope that someone from the sidelines doesn't pipe up and start telling us that we can't use that language when it's perfectly admirable and accurate language. Perfect. So in the meantime, Annalise, you're in a Flat Earth forum. Do you have any globe evidence?
The Earth is round.
That's a statement as opposed to evidence.
That's retarded.
Unless you've got a lot of evidence and a lot of knowledge,
We're
Annalise.
engaging with
it
this
ain't gonna
person
be
called
worth it.
Annalise. So this is the third white knight in a row.
Just saying, unless she's.
Just shut up. So, Annalise, that was a statement as opposed to evidence. Do you know what evidence means? In English
Yes.
and all?
Yes.
What does evidence mean?
Evidence means I guess facts that are backed up by imperial studies that are usually peer reviewed.
What does imperial mean?
Empirical, I mean, sorry.
Proof.
Yes.
Saying Earth is round isn't proof, is it? It's just a statement. A baseless
But
assertion, in fact.
But of course it's round. That's the reason why in some places it's like daytime, in some places it's nighttime, in some places it's afternoon, because we rotate. So I feel like that's like proof enough. Like you could literally step outside, and if we are, well, we're probably not because we're in the same country, but if someone else is let's say in, I don't know, Chile right now versus someone in Ireland, they're going to be seeing a different, side of space, because the Earth is round and we rotate.
That's an affirming the consequent fallacy.
What? But was that not good? Did I not explain pretty well?
No, you affirm the consequent.
You said weather proves globe.
So the sun producing day and night cycles, you're suggesting that is evidence of a presupposed motion through sphericity. I hadn't quite finished there. I did listen to you, Annalise. It'd be ideal if when I talk you do the same courtesy and don't talk straight through me with yeses and nodding along. Ideally, it'd just be good if I could just talk unimpeded. Thank you. You're assuming sphericity is the cause of those things, and you're affirming the consequent. That's fallacious logic, by the way. No, that isn't evidence. That's affirming the consequent, fallacious reasoning. It also begs the question of sphericity. That's the very thing you're trying to prove. You've automatically assumed that outcome. No, that's fallacious in every single front. Definitely not evidence, Annalise. Meanwhile, just so I can evidence standard that hopefully will resonate with you in a way that is uplifting, the assertion that there is a sphere to believe in is derived from principles of measurements of a flat Earth. For example, the equator you are presumably aware of on a sphere is a concept derived from measuring Polaris. Flat. It's an angle to it. Its minimum forms the outside edge of what you think is a ball. But it requires Earth be measured as a flat plane to develop that belief. You can affirm the consequent in when you beg the question of it. There you go. You learn something new every day.
Well, they're already taught that. They can measure it as a plane because it's a really big ball and all. They already know it's flat. I don't have to take them far.
I suppose, as a question to you, Annalise, were you aware that in order to believe you're on a ball, you must measure Earth as a flat plane? Did you know that?
Everyone knows that. I did geography in high school.
You're already well aware that Earth is measured flat?
Yes, because I'm smart. That doesn't mean it is actually flat, though. Do you think it's held up by a giant turtle?
Wow.
Excuse me? I didn't assert that. That's what's called a straw man fallacy. We'll just ignore the straw man that you've attempted to burn. I didn't suggest that or say it. Those words didn't cross my lips. You understand that we will measure Earth flat with elevation angles to Polaris. You're suggesting that in spite of measuring Earth flat, that doesn't mean that it's flat even though it's measured that way. And you understand that because you're smart and did geography, correct?
Yes, and I understand circumnavigation.
Okay. So why would you assert that it's not flat if it's measured that way?
Well, like what? Like what?
Pardon? Why would you assert that it's not flat after conceding that you understood its measurement is flat? That's Earth measurement is flat, with an example of Polaris measurement.
I have a question for you. So, if the Earth
I'm
is
asking you a question. I asked you a question. I've repeated it. Did you prefer to ignore the question I've just asked you? Because if so, I can just ask someone else.
It's not ignore
with me. If you're refusing to, by just asking a question in the face of me asking you something, which is why you would deny Earth's flatness, given that you've just explained you understood how flat we must measure it when we measure Polaris for latitude. Put it to you 3 times, it'd be possible for you to address what I've put to you, rather than ask a new question in defiance of that question I've asked. You made a statement, not flat, but you know it's measured that way. That makes no sense. I'm asking you to clarify that, please.
And she's gone.
Did she run like a complete coward?
No, she just realized that you're a retard.
I don't think she could get a full sentence.
Sorry, White Knights, if you don't mind piping down while I make my conclusions in the face of the coward running away, rather than addressing the facts that she understood Earth to be measured flat, because she did quote geography. But that doesn't mean that it's flat in spite of her knowing it's flat. Like we asserted, Chocolate said she already knows it's flat, and she did. So, in conclusion, not Nathan's a retard, fucking asshole. Hope you get banned. Meanwhile, Earth is measured flat. That bitch knew it, didn't she? But she fucked off the moment I pointed that out, didn't she? Because she's an abject coward. Her attempts to understand how imperial the fucking flat Earth measurement was. She wasn't smart and English. She was a downright spastic. That's what she was. Imperial, eh, fuckwit? Get lost, bitch. You're a spastic. I like my fucking tone. And don't talk like a twat. Imperial. Ooh. Dropped on your fucking head much.
Sound like an idiot, bro.
It's necessary. That's why they're here to deride and insult us. Because to take something You must make someone your enemy first. You have to perceive us as the enemy, or you know, put us in that position where it's okay for them to steal from us.
It's okay for her to know damn well Earth's measured flat in geography, because she's smart and English. So you know damn well it's measured flat then, bitch, don't you?
Sounded to me, I suppose it was annoying me, so I nearly came in on top of you. I apologize for that, but it sounded to me like it was an American lad with a voice change or pretending he was English. I wanted to ask her what part of English she was from. That should be interesting.
Yeah, she wants to tell us off. She wanted to tell us off. You wanted to tell us off, didn't she, Brian? Don't tell people there on our word.
English too much. You don't need to tell everyone I'm English. You're just English. You just are. You know what I mean? You don't feel the need. That doesn't have to be one of the first things you say. That straight away means you're not. More than likely.
Exactly. I don't go around telling people I'm an Afro-Caribbean man. Why would I? It's obvious.
Yeah, you don't need to tell people what you are. You just are what you are.
Come on.
You know, and it has no bearing. Who cares what you are or where you're from? You know what I mean? In the arena, in a debate arena, it has nothing to do with anything. So this is just an American guy, I say, with a voice change.
I'm curious if the white knight that called us a retard because she left or whatever, if he would agree with her. Obviously, we know it's measured flat, but it's still globe afterwards. Would you agree with her?
Well, she did have imperial evidence after all.
Imperial evidence.
You're not going to let that one go, are you, Nathan? Imperial. What are we talking about? Margarine?
If you come and give me orders, about what I should say and how I should say it, and then fuck up on basic English after telling me you're smart and English, then I will rub that in as much as humanly possible. Yeah?
You don't
That's
get to decide what is and isn't socially acceptable, Nathan.
Yeah, I do.
Oh, you do?
No, you don't. You don't get to decide that. No, you don't.
When someone says imperial after telling me they're smart, I'll call them a fuckwit.
She corrected herself. She corrected
I will. I'll
herself,
call them a
moron.
fuckwit with justifiable indignancy towards their description of being smart. Because my indignance is based on their incorrect assertion that they're smart when they're telling me how imperial the fucking evidence is, Brenda.
You can turn it on and off, can't you, Nathan? It's all just an act, right, Nathan? You turn it.
It's off, you wanker. Go masturbate yourself somewhere else. Wanker.
Do you have empirical evidence for the flat Earth?
Yes, it's measured that way, sir. Let's do this, dude.
Ooh.
Yes, I do have empirical evidence that's precisely how Earth is measured for everyone always. There are no exceptions.
Can you explain that method?
Were you not listening? I just took that bitch by the short hairs with Polaris measurement on a flat Earth. Were you not listening?
Well, I heard you abuse a lady, of course I did.
Did you not hear me, dumbass? I didn't say I abused her. I gave her Polaris measurement. She said she understood it. I'm asking if you understand it. She said she was
Well, I'm
smart and did
asking-
geography. Now you're talking through me like that bitch did. You
I'm
understand?
asking for your empirical evidence.
Yeah, she said she understood it. Do you? She said she did geography when I detailed the measurement that gave the equator. I'm asking you for the 4th time. If you understand it, you stupid dumbass. It seems like when I get to the conclusion of me asking you for the 4th time if you understand that empirical evidence of measured flat Earth, you don't seem to want to respond to it. You just want to chant through the top of it. I'll ask a 5th time.
Would that
Like
be a
she, or
scientific
is it
method?
just going to be you chanting through me trying to get the question unimpeded? Is it you winning when I ask about that empirical evidence that you don't seem to have understood or acknowledged? It was my response to you, sir. We were discussing the empirical evidence of a measured flat Earth. She said she understood it. You were here when she said that. Do you not understand how flat Earth must be measured? Or the equator, sir? 5 times.
You sound silly, Nathan, when you talk like that, bro. I think everyone's in the agreement.
Shut him up, wanker, this white knight wanker. The guy asked if I had empirical evidence, now he's not answering me. I've given it him and asked if he understood it. It was in discussion before he asked, making him a retard. Or deaf!
Sorry, I lost connection, that's all.
Right, no worries. I'll tone it down a little bit. Oh, I went through with that woman. She seemed very stupid. She thought she was smart. She did, however, confirm she understood how Earth is measured flat or the equator. Do you also, like her, understand that? Example of empirical evidence of a measured flat Earth? Or not?
Is that a scientific thing you got there?
That's
Empirical?
a question in response to it. This man's a wanker, moderators. I've asked him a very simple question 6 times. He's lost connection, and now he's asking me about whether or not it's scientific evidence. Nobody asserted it was. I laid down the measurement that's empirical in nature. It's a measurement of an Earth that's flat to be an angle to derive equator values for him to believe he's on a bleeding sphere. It's a pertinent point. Maybe I'll be told in response this time that it's not foundational. Asking me if it's scientific evidence doesn't acknowledge if you understand. Flat Earth measurement gives us the equator. I'll ask a 7th time, sir. Do you understand my empirical evidence when it comes to Polaris measurement and its minimum to form a globe Earth equator when measuring Earth flat? Do you understand or not? It's been 7 times.
Oh, measuring an angle neither requires a horizontal nor forms one.
Horizontal what?
Measuring an angle neither requires a horizontal nor forms a horizontal when you take an angle.
Angle, elevation angle, time waster.
Yeah, let's take me down the word elevation.
Oh, yeah. What about elevation changes the angle? It's just an angle.
My God, seriously.
You need us to define what that is. You weren't aware of this thing.
Just an angle. Yeah.
It's almost like me asking him a question should be obfuscated with him immediately muting me. Let's try again. I'll start, see if he interrupts the second time. So, are you unaware of this measured angle known as an elevation angle? Would you like me to define it for you if you are ignorant of it, sir? Second time.
Oh, you can measure an angle, okay.
That wasn't the question. Third time. Are you ignorant of an elevation angle? I'll define it for you if you are. It's the 3rd time.
Oh, go on. You define it.
Excellent. The altitude angle, sometimes referred to as solar elevation angle, describes how high the sun appears in the sky. The angle is measured between the imaginary line between the observer and the sun and the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. End quote. Sustainable by design.
Okay. Well, that's just an angle, and I did point out to you that that's a globe citation before. Oh, yes,
it's not just an angle.
And he said there was no horizontal involved.
It's from a globe citation. I pointed out to you before.
It's just an angle, as opposed to I am or am not ignorant of this fact as defined by you. You didn't thank me for defining it. You said it's just an angle. No.
Oh, yeah.
It's an elevation angle. I've just defined it. Either, don't chant through me, please, Hayuka. Either acknowledge that.
You 3 points, you said.
No, he's not. He's
3 points.
Moderators. It's turning into a shit show. He's just going to make it a shit show rather than have a reasonable.
Oh, you can do that all on your own.
Acknowledging me. Now he's just chanting through me while I try and get some semblance of a reasonable discussion out of him. Not having it. Chanting through me.
And he just lied as well, Nathan. He just lied. He said it's a globe citation, whatever the hell that is. I'd like someone to define what a globe citation is. It can't be, there's a horizontal involved. It can't be a globe. Remember the thing that you, time waster, loser idiot, remember the thing that you said had nothing to do with the elevation angle? Oh, sorry, you said angle. You were trying to not reference and address the elevation angle. Now, fuck off.
That's it. What a shitbag. He told me after I cited it that number one, it's just an angle, and then it's just a globe citation. When it describes a horizontal plane that the observer is standing on, there is no horizontal plane to stand on a curved surface ever, under any circumstances. So that makes him a lying, disingenuous shitbag who can fuck off. Don't want to talk to him anymore. Fuck off.
There is a parent plane. It's the apparent plane they're talking about. It's like it's if you have a huge surface, if you have a huge curved surface, it's almost impossible to differentiate the curvature. Yeah, exactly. So it's an apparent, it's an imaginary plane we're making.
Everyone shut up.
Trying to get me about this.
Hold on.
All right, good.
Everyone shut up. What's your name? Akka. How'd you say your name?
Conrad.
Conrad.
Yeah.
Okay. Feel free. I'm going to clear the airways for you to make your statement of it's so big, you measure it flat.
And we don't measure it flat. We say we have an imaginary flat plane, and that's what we refer to as, when we want to measure angles to the sun. That's what we refer to.
We measure it flat. You're saying that the bit we measure flat
That's
is
not what I said. We don't measure it. We model it. That's what we do. We model this flat plane.
What a wanker. What a wanker. I'm addressing you. Yeah, I heard what you said. You said it's an imaginary flat plane that we measure.
Not measure, we model it.
We measure elevation angles to the star Polaris to form the...
Yeah, we measure that from the from the model.
Every single time I talk, this fuckstain talks through me. Now you've been server muted, you fuckstain asshole. Is this your only tactic? You think you can win by telling me about an
Cry more, bitch.
And a wanker, another wanker white knight that doesn't like the fact that this asshole's been shut down. Because he can't win by talking through me every time I open my bleeding mouth. Oh, Conrad, you fuckstain. You want to try again and have a decent conversation with me where you don't chant through me when I respond to your shithead remarks about an imaginary flat plane that we'll measure? Oh, it's not that Earth's being measured flat. It's just that we're measuring an imaginary plane that we're not measuring. Oh, yeah, we are. It's called an elevation angle measurement. I just defined it. It had the word fucking measurement in it. You stupid fuckstain that can't but help talk through me. So, Conrad, you wanker, you want to respond to the cited source where it defines it as being fucking measured off a horizontal plane we're standing on?
Can I speak now?
You could respond after I've finished rather than in the middle of me responding to you when you say we've got an imaginary plane that isn't measured when I just cited sustainable by design. 2 specific words in there. Measured horizontal plane.
Can I respond?
We're measuring a horizontal plane. You say it's imaginary. I say no, we're measuring it. Earth. Flat.
Okay, so can I respond now? Just to be clear.
In the middle of the silence. So you've asked me a question. Presumably you're going to try and turn it into a rhetorical question. Yes, when I finish speaking, you may address what I say. So I will repeat what I am saying. I'll give you a citation to address the fact that you say it's imaginary flat plane that we'll be measuring and that we're not measuring it. That's what I am addressing that you have said, Conrad. I'll address it with a citation. The altitude angle, sometimes referred to as solar elevation angle, describes how high the sun appears in the sky. The angle is measured between the imaginary line between the observer and the sun and the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. End quote. Sustainable by design. So, Conrad, you've asserted that it's A, imaginary, as opposed to the horizontal plane we're standing on, and B, not measured, in spite of the cited source saying specifically, and I quote, measured. So, Conrad, rather than chanting through the top of me, can you address that total shit you spouted incorrectly, please?
Yes, I can say that I agree that we do measure. That's right. The question is, what do we measure of? And yeah, you're mentioning this plane that it says in the source, that we're measuring from the plane this plane to the sun, correct?
That's right. So in conclusion, Conrad, we are in fact measuring Earth flat. And
well, measuring an angle is what we're doing.
Yes, from the horizontal plane the observer is standing on, end quote, sustainable by design. I've got 20 of these citations, by the way, Conrad. They all say Earth is flat to measure this angle. It's required for it to be an angle that Earth is flat to do it. You said it wasn't measured, though. You also said that it was imaginary.
But that's not what I... Okay.
Through the top of me there, Conrad. What a fuck stain.
All right.
Yeah, Conrad, you were just fucking wrong, you total fuckstain asshole dickhead, with a globe belief and an imaginary plane that we definitely aren't fucking standing on as you chant through me. So, fuckstain that wants to talk through me correcting your dumbass that was wrong, you're not chant through me like an asshole when I correct how fucking wrong you were when you said that it was imaginary. No, it ain't imaginary, Conrad, you stupid shithead globe-believing dickhead. No, it's the horizontal plane we're standing on. One that you're slowly comprehending and acknowledging that we definitely do measure. Half acknowledged it and then wanted to seemingly skirt away from it. So we're just going to get a concession and a comprehension from you, Conrad. We will be measuring Earth flat because it's the horizontal plane the observer is standing on to make this measurement of a flat Earth. You understand, right, Conrad?
What I understand is that we model a flat plane, and that's what, because it is seemingly. Yes, we are measuring. Yes, we're measuring.
You dropped on your fucking head.
We're not measuring the Earth. We're measuring an angle from an imaginary plane.
By design,
Let him talk, asshole.
Why does it say fucking measured then, you stupid retard?
It says measure because we're measuring an angle, and well,
So
I don't see that we're measuring.
Then we're not modelling it then, spastic. So you're just a shithead.
But we're okay. So can you tell me?
You're wrong.
Can you tell me what to?
Oi! Shut up! Yeah, you're a fucking idiot. You're wrong, and you want to chant through me when you say we're modelling it. No, fuckstain. You're wrong, and you're going to correct that shit right now. Oh, you retard. You're wrong, we're not fucking modelling it. Otherwise, it would say oh, bye-bye, bitch. That bitch had to fucking run. Because he needed it to be modelled when it's actually measured. That would be Earth that's measured flat. That little fuckstain had to run like a coward. Because he couldn't tell me that modelling is what we're actually doing when we measure Earth flat. Bye-bye, coward bitch. You won't be telling me how we're modelling a measured Earth that's flat. You can run though, can't you, Conrad? Piss off.
Can I say something, Nathan? You.
Which can?
Well, not just to you. I'm going to address you. What we get, right, is we get the Dyer tribe have a whole line of cartoon characters. The Hiokas and these other idiots, right? They're all characters. They're not anybody. They're not real people. Like, whoever they really are, that's not who they really are in the world, right? And then we get the Brendas of the world, right? And we get then the social complainers. Oh, your behaviour is this, your behaviour is that, blah, 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 right? And then now and again, we get someone like Conrad who comes along and he wants to have some kind of a debate, but he's not honest about how he does it. When it came to the actual citation, he wasn't addressing it. He says, well, he tried to say, yeah, it's a plane or whatever. No, it's specifically a horizontal plane that the observer is standing upon. That means it is the Earth. And the reason it's the Earth is because horizontal doesn't exist in his paradigm. It cannot exist. Horizontal is a constant orientation. And you're literally standing on this horizontal plane. That means it is the Earth. Now, what way, it's either parallel to sea level, you're at sea level. It's one or the other. Right? Mean sea level. It's one or the other. The point is that it's the Earth that's being referenced. It's the height of the celestial body or whatever else mountain above the Earth. That's what an elevation angle is. That's what you're measuring. The angular height. The vertical angular height. That's what's being measured. So now and again, someone does come along who will have a conversation like Conrad, but by that time, we're also pissed off because we've spent an hour dealing with cartoon characters and people want to tell us how we should talk when they don't even know how to talk. I mean, is a load of hypocrites and cartoon characters. If Conrad would come along in the first place and then be honest about it when he's having the debate, not kind of give a feeble what's the word I'm looking for? Replay of what the citation was, right, leaving out very specific words, right, then we would be able to have a debate. But at that point, he has to admit that he's wrong. But he won't do that. So the closest we get to an actual debate is somebody like Conrad. That's the closest we get to an actual debate. Because when it gets to the point of where he's wrong, he's not going to concede. He's going to And you're going to be, you or me or whoever is going to be so pissed off at that stage because we've been dealing with a load of rubbish. We can't even have a conciliatory conversation.
Even the Conrad guy, he's not after a conciliatory conversation, right? He says it's imaginary. We're modelling it flat when we're out at sea with a freaking sextant in our hand pointing at the horizon. Now, we're definitely not modelling Jack. We're measuring the surface of Earth to acquire an angle so we can save our life at sea. Very serious business. It's not bleeding modelled. Every cited source for an elevation angle measurement will describe it as it's being measured with respect to the surface of Earth. There are no exceptions, but that wanker wanted to tell me it's modelled, wanted to tell me it's imaginary. No, dickhead. That's how we measure Earth. I've got plenty of sources and citations that show that. That's a fact.
I think he was using a composition fallacy.
Yeah, your meth pipe isn't a source.
Because the composition of a model based on measurements, right? That's part of modeling, and then you got to do scale and other factors. He's trying to reverse that.
No, it's not. It's not a scientific model.
I didn't
It's
say
based on
scientific.
measurements. No, it's not.
I didn't base it on measure. Well, what?
It said models based
I
on
didn't say
measurements.
scientific. I didn't say scientific.
That's with the genre that we're in. What model are you talking about?
Oh, when I get a car and I take all the measurements of it and I reduce the scale, that's not a model.
It's not a scientific model. That's the genre that we're in. We're not in computer models. What about runway models?
Let's keep this internal back and forth about what a model is to ourselves.
Nathan, what I found best about that is that it's coming to the point where they need a flat Earth model to create a globe out of it.
Exactly. He needs flat Earth. It's going to be measured. She understood it. She measured it in geography. We're here to tell you, you're going to measure a flat Earth. That's how Earth's measured. And that's how the globe model, if you want to call it that, no such beast actually exists. That's how it was made. This reification of the idea of a curved surface comes from measuring a flat surface. Like with angles to stars, that's how the mapping gets done. That's how the sphere conversion gets done. It starts with flat Earth measurements. So when we put that to somebody and they say, no, that's imaginary, that bit where we're measuring Earth and that. No, it isn't. You're not going to tell me that when I cite sources that say it's measured. Oh, it's modelled. Fuck off. Now, what you can do when I shout you down and point out that that's bollocks is run like a coward and have a load of white knights tell me I'm a retard when I shout your bitch ass down, telling me that a measurement's a model. No, it ain't. And no, you won't get to tell me otherwise when I know you're wrong. What you will do is cower or run. God, no, I'm going to tell you it's a model. It's imaginary. Or bleat. That's what you can do.
What my point being is that maybe I didn't come across as clear as I wanted to, and I don't know if I was understood or not. Maybe I was. Is that the flat Earth claimed model that we've been asked for 10 years? They need this. Do you know what I mean? They've been had it. They've been having it all along.
They've been had that shit already. That's the funny part. every time they said it's too big to measure the curve. Hey, that's you telling us you're using a flat Earth model. That's adorable.
No, they are flat Earth model. They're flat. I know they have yet to produce this, but they have a flat Earth model.
Yeah,
it seems like to me.
Right, it's the celestial sphere model.
No one said that about any of that other than you. They're claiming this model, right? Never supposed to be adding things in for them. They're claiming this model. This flat Earth model. That's what they keep going to these days. They have this flat Earth model. It's measured, but it's not reality. It's not the Earth. And that model then allows them to create the globe model, which is the Earth.
What was it? Conrad or something? What did he say? Oh, if you have a big enough curved surface, you can't tell the difference between a curve and
yeah.
Oh, that means you're measuring a flat? Oh, no, I didn't say that.
No,
yeah, you
no, it's the bit that I just justified as being so big, conceptually capable of being taken as being a flat surface to measure. That's imaginary, and that isn't being measured. That's what he told us.
Hilarious.
They call it the datum plane in geodetic surveying.
I didn't hear anyone say, I'm hearing about a flat out model that these guys know about and supposedly measure. Now, I've yet to see it, this flat out model. Maybe we need to start asking them for their flat out model. That's what we've been asked for 10 years, even though I personally never claimed a flat out model.
Well, in school, they taught us the celestial sphere was.
Don't see, this is the problem. Now you're going to go adding in things for them. Leave them produce this flat out model that they need and they're claiming to measure.
You'll have to get wise to this game pretty quick, John. I got wise to Brian's game immediately. He's not going to let you give them anything. No. They've said that they're taking these measurements so big it's flat. Okay. Well, let's see what you've produced with your so big it's flat measurements you need for your globe. Let's see that. That's what Brian's saying, and I'm going to roll with it. No worries.
I'm with that. I'm with it.
Model. And chocolate, obviously. Their flat out model. That's what we need to see now. That's what they're claiming. Specifically, you have been using the term model. You just model it that way. Right?
That girl, the lady, she was like, "Oh, but everybody knows it's measured flat." That's like, oh, I'm smart. Oh yeah, but everybody knows it's measured flat, therefore globe. That's smart. What the hell, man?
They don't know they've been surreptitiously. Sorry, go ahead.
The genre we're in is for what is, or is it for how, why questions?
What is?
What is?
When I want to play a game of basketball, I always get a big sheet of plywood to play it with.
You know, a big sheet of plywood. I mean, it's so small. You could treat it as a basketball, Brian.
Yeah, it could be like a portion of a really big basketball. It could be powerful, a flat basketball model.
Yeah. That's what they're doing, though.
That goes back to the dude with, that's a globe citation. Excuse me. Why would a globe citation talk about an observer standing on a horizontal plane? Why would they do that?
Because in their mind, measuring a flat Earth proves a globe. And I've been saying it for at least a week, haven't we? They already know it's measured flat. That woman was the perfect example of it. Yeah, I'm smart. Yeah. Of course we're measuring it flat. Everybody knows that. Doesn't mean it's flat.
That's the smart bit right there. Doesn't mean it's flat. After everybody knows it's measured flat, that's where I'm smart comes in.
I've been telling you cats this for like 2 years. You just now getting it.
Yeah, we hadn't recognised this imperial evidence until now.
Imperial evidence.
Right, I'm going to do it. I'm going to say another massive thank you to Politics Discord server for having us. Are we welcome back next Friday? Hopefully so.
Yeah, of course.
Politics.
If you want to jump in during the week.
No wonder it took you forever to let me in because you was chewing somebody out.
Heroes. Thank you for having us, Politics Discord server. It's been a pleasure as always.
Yeah, more than welcome.
I thought we left and the just followed us.
I thought you was gone already. I said, no wonder it took you forever to get me in because you were chewing somebody out. As soon as you let me in, I heard you chewing somebody out.
Hey, let's try this a third time. Thank you for having us, Politics Discord server. Politics.
There isn't an entity of politics server. You have to direct it to an individual.
Okay, the mods who are awesome. Keeping me honest.
Yeah, no worries.
Thank you very much, Ram.
Yeah, no worries.
See you next Friday.
Yeah, goodbye anytime. Take care.
Brian.
We'll see you next Friday. Thank you for having us.
Well, that was fun, as always.
Certainly something.
That's true. That's a better way to put it. That was something.
Of all the things I've ever.
Yeah, it's created a waterfall of cope in the chat. That's definitely something.
Why did you? Oh, go ahead, Razorback.
It's just a saying me and my friends have got where you say, of all the things I've ever seen, that's definitely one of them.
Oh.
it was nothing of value. You guys can go ahead.
Oh, bro, it was fucking brilliant. That's what it was. I ain't gonna lie. It was fucking awesome, mate. That was such a good show. The whole thing was cringe as fuck. It was fucking awesome, mate. I've been smiling from ear to ear for God knows how many hours. That shit was funny as fuck. So funny. Nobody swear. Immediately started swearing. Oh, what a guy. That was fucking hilarious. I'll say it as it is, bro. Fuck it. What a guy.
Ads don't swear, bro. Come on.
Fucking what a guy. What a good show. I'm going to be here every fucking Friday for that shit. I got muted and got into an
Remember, Pat, you don't take this seriously, so you need to cope, bro.
Yeah, no, as long as you go in with the mentality, I'm not taking it serious, it's pretty fun. It's pretty fun, man. You have to go in with the
Too bad to hear
mentality.
you morph into a cope artist, bro.
No, honestly, last week, well, let me explain it to you. Last week, I got muted and got into an argument with him, and after he left, a lot of people, Flat Earthers included, said, look, Pad, you...
No one cares, bro. God, you're obsessed with what others think, Pads. Can you not think for yourselves? You guys wonder how you're wrapped up in an outer space ideology. Come on, Pads.
Yeah, like,
keep your feet out of it.
Did
you wanna talk about space, old hoss?
The YouTube channel. Go and watch Craig just melting down. He cries sometime. He's angry the other times. So you will have more fun than coming Friday to watch Nathan Oakley or QE.
Good times, bro.
Yeah, he'll be first in line.
Watch FTFE. It's more fun. It's hilarious. You will see the guy crying because of flat earth and saying, I'm crying because of flat earthers. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, maybe pop up a tent, Pad, so you'll be first in line.
I'll give you a sample of that so you can have, so you can complete your morning.
Old Hoss, did you want to talk about space?
No, remember I told you I don't suffer from the same naivety that you're stricken by?
Do
you not remember that? Do you not remember that? Okay, so what's there to talk about?
Well, I want to know why you think it's impossible.
Listen, I've graduated from the level of gullibility that you still suffer from. Do you get that?
Okay. I heard you say it. I don't understand what your position is, though.
His position is...
Yeah, obviously. You're a simpleton. I've graduated from your simpleton thought.
Okay, so you don't. Okay, I got it. I understand.
Yeah, you got it now. You can ask me again next week when you forget this conversation ever took place. Okay.
No, it's fine. You can't back up your position. I understand. I'm used to that. That's fine.
Dude. You've acknowledged that I've graduated from your level of naivety, correct? You agreed with me. You said, okay.
What do you want him to talk to you about, Omnivore? About space? Why? Do you want to tell him again that the cause of attraction between objects is distance? Not gravity?
No. He's talking about
you did the
space.
other day?
Talking about space. Length, width, and height.
Yeah, the space between me and my screen.
There you go. Space. Length, width, and height. That's what we talked about.
Yeah, the space between my fingers, space between my eyes.
Yeah.
Yeah, the empty space between Omnivore's ears.
The word space has a couple definitions.
Yeah, Omnivore is obsessed with the outer space fairy tale. That's what he's talking about.
Right. He's
and
not
I explained to him I'm not.
No, he said space.
I graduated from his level of naivety. I don't believe everything I see on TV. I don't believe the fairy tales anymore. He wants to talk to me about them.
Two people just
Why?
like direction though.
Like that guy who comes out from the closet and tell you that he came from Narnia, and he is the only one who can check and verify Narnia, and you can't do that, so you must just believe him.
He's transcended, bro.
I just thought he might have a position that he was willing to, to back up, to stand on. But,
He's just transcended your way of thinking.
You know what?
I gotta say it. It seems likely. Yes.
Yeah, I don't suffer from the gullibility that's crammed into your brain, omnivore.
Great argument. Solid argument.
Thank you.
I'm just better than you. You're just dumber than me.
Better?
End of argument, essentially. I'm just superior than you. That's essentially your argument, bro. I just don't suffer from the same delusion you do.
Priority, we still stuck with omnivore.
I'm glad you get it,
Dude, that's so round earth of you.
So, like I said, we're still stuck with omnivore and the same bullshit. He tried to validate gravity, and it seems that he said that he wants to say that gravity is not the cause, but just distance between objects is the cause of attraction.
I love this fucking round earther.
What?
Dude, you're so round earth, you're stupid.
No, I'm not a globe dot.
Dude,
Sorry.
you're so globe brain, dude.
No,
Dude,
I'm not
my brain's flat, dude.
Hey, Foe, can you please take the marbles out of your mouth before you speak? That would be great. And the Cope waterfall continues. An endless well of Cope. Why don't you two who believe in the outer space fairy tales speak about it amongst yourselves? Talk to Pads about it, Omnivore. And then go back and listen to it on the replay, and maybe you'll figure out how naive and gullible you guys are.
Did he say?
Maybe one day it'll sink in. Okay.
We understand it. We understand it. You don't understand it.
Do you have a mouse in your pocket?
If you do have a position you're ever willing to, discuss and back up with some kind of argument, let me know.
Like I said, you have selective amnesia. We've spoken many a times in the past, Omnivore. Okay. Maybe you guys should start taking notes. You guys have the attention span of a gnat.
If you got something, he's just a normal guy, not claiming any outer space of bullshit. If you are like that person, like I told you earlier, believe that there is a Narnia word inside the closet. So if you believe that shit, you will have to prove that to him. If you don't come to him like that kid. Do you want to hear something about Narnia? Oh,
Well, no,
do you want to hear about the speaking lion, the talking lion in Narnia? No. If you have something, just show it and validate it with some tangible proofs.
We can't.
Don't talk to me about Narnia.
They think repeating the story of Narnia gives it
That's
credence.
what Omnivore is
That's a
doing. Do you
lofty
want to
bar.
hear something about Narnia? No, if you have something to show, yeah, go ahead. But if you want just to tell the story like we hear it every night from grandma, no need for that. Thank you.
What is it that you think is Narnia in our model?
Your outer space, for example.
That's not Narnia.
That's Narnia.
People go and come back all the time.
Yeah, like the kids go to Narnia and come back every time. Like that kid believed that people go to Narnia and come back every time.
Yeah, they go and come back all the time. Yeah, they go and come back.
That's what the kid is believing, that people go to Narnia and come back every time.
Yeah, that's very dishonest.
He never went there.
Except it's true.
Keep changing it. It'll make it true.
It's just a belief. The kid is believing that people went to Narnia. He never went to Narnia. He never saw Narnia. He just heard about Narnia.
No, in the book,
Brenda.
In the book, they actually went to Narnia, dude.
No, I'm talking about the kid that is believing that his friends went to Narnia, but he never went to Narnia with them.
No, they did. They did go.
No.
No. Yes, they did.
You never went to Narnia. You are talking about the kids who went to Narnia. And you believe that those kids really went to Narnia. And you are telling me, oh, they did. They really did. You never went there.
Yeah, no such wardrobe exists, lady.
Except that in the book, they did go to Narnia, didn't they?
Yeah, fiction.
Yeah, in the storybook. Yeah, you believe the fiction.
yeah.
That's why I'm telling you.
Yes.
You believe
It's
the
becoming
book,
clear.
in the book. So no one went to Narnia. You never went to Narnia, but do you believe that some people went to Narnia?
Right. So in reality, people have gone to outer space.
No.
Gone there.
Can I ask Brenda something? So Brenda, do you know people?
God,
been
that
to
Golf
space?
on the Moon TV show really got its hooks in you guys, didn't it?
Do you know people have been to space, or do you believe people have been to space? Which is it?
Knowing.
Not a trick question.
Knowing is a subset of believing.
It's a disingenuous question, bro. Unless we've been
No, it's not though. It's not disingenuous.
It's a silly line of thought, bro. I'm not gonna lie. Unless we've been ourselves, of course, no. Every bit of footage could be doctored. It's such a disingenuous question. Everything to some extent, doesn't it? Really, it's just a silly line of questioning.
Not everything is a belief to some extent. Like I don't believe I have a dog. I know I have a dog. I have to mute myself when he starts barking.
Yes, you
but when
do
it comes to
believe
things
you have
like
a
space.
You
No,
do
I
believe
know.
you have a dog. No, you believe it. Is it true? Is it true that you have a dog?
No, I don't want to get too meta on it. Like, forget that. That's not the point.
Yeah, but I'm not interested in the meta.
Outer space is silly, though, isn't it? Because
I'm not interested in the meta of it either. What I'm asking people to understand the difference between is things they know for a fact to be true versus things they believe to be true, but don't actually know themselves if they're true or not.
That's a fine state of affairs to be in. Like, I believe in space because, yes, I've never
And that's
been there
okay.
myself.
Yeah, I accept you believe in space.
all the possible evidence, all the institutions dedicating, people have dedicated their lives to the pursuit of it and everything. Given all that stuff, yes, I've not done it, but I can say with great confidence the shit exists. It's very disingenuous. It's very disingenuous. One sec, sorry.
You sound like a religious zealot.
Yeah, big time.
Okay.
No, he's just explaining.
Okay.
To you.
Okay.
Well, I
that's
got
your
a
interpretation of it. It's
philosophical
not that
question,
hard to
guys, for the
understand,
room
bro.
instead of all the shit talking. So things that you know, can those things be independently verified versus things that you believe? Can those be independently verified?
Knowing is just a verified belief.
Like Muslims, like
So why would that be a subset of something that's that you can't independently verify?
So knowing is a justified true belief.
I don't like that definition at all. Because if you know something, you don't have to justify a belief if you know something first.
No, that's what makes it knowing. Is if it's.
I don't have to have a belief if I arrive at a knowledge claim first.
No, you can't arrive at a knowledge claim first. You have to believe first, and then you justify it.
No. If I find out that I stick my hand in a pot of boiling water and it burns the fuck off my skin, there's no belief required. I know what it does.
So it's been the definition of knowledge for 4,000 years.
Oh yeah, I mean,
Since Plato.
it would be
Since Plato.
true.
Great,
bro.
Great escape.
A belief.
To justify it another way instead of say, well, everybody believed it this way for 4,000 years. Can you come up with a philosophical or logical proposition?
Yeah. A belief is mental content that you assert to be true. Knowledge is an assertion that you can justify to be true.
Yeah, so why would something that's certain be a subset of something that's uncertain?
Certainty isn't knowledge.
Oh, really?
Correct. Certainty is not knowledge.
So you can so you can believe within knowledge.
You can believe with certainty and still be wrong.
Of course.
Right. So therefore, it's not knowledge, because knowledge is a belief that's true.
So why are these subsets of each other?
Right? Because you draw the Venn diagram, you draw a big circle. It says things that I believe are true, and then knowledge would be a smaller circle inside it that says things that I believe are true, and I can justify them.
Well, like I said, you can arrive at knowledge claims without having a belief.
No, you can't. You can't.
They're more like
No, you can't.
intersecting circles than any subsets.
No, it's not intersecting. It's a subset, not an intersection. It's
All right, then
subset.
why did I just give an example of something that is an intersection potentially, or a separation and not a subset?
Yeah, you didn't. You didn't. You have to believe first.
No, I didn't believe anything.
Yeah.
In this example, I had no beliefs about anything. I mean, it's like if you get shocked or something you didn't expect it. Suddenly, holy fuck, this just happened. I know what happened. I had no prior beliefs about it.
I've explained it. It's been standard philosophy 101.
I just provided
for
a
4,000
specific
years.
example, and you're going
Plato.
gobbledygook on me.
No, it's Plato and Socrates for the last
Great, you're
4,000
dropping
years.
names. You know nothing. Can you provide an actual logical framework?
How many thousand years?
I gave it to you. I gave it to you. Take
I
a
have
Venn
provided a
diagram.
rebuttal in your name dropping and appealing to history.
No, it's like first quoting Plato or Socrates isn't name dropping. It's like first year philosophy.
So what?
That's all.
Who cares?
It's how we define what knowledge is.
You can define it yourself. You're endowed with faculties of reason, right? Why do you have to appeal to people and appeal to history? Give me an actual logical framework.
I gave it to you, right?
No, I refuted it, and then you just provided
you didn't.
historical appeals and appeals to people.
I gave you the definition. The definition of believe is mental content that you hold to be true.
I refuted it with an example.
No,
what
you
don't you
didn't.
get about that part? Yeah, I did.
didn't.
Like you get an electric shock, and now you find out, like, holy crap, this just happened. I had no prior beliefs or any information about it, but I just came into the knowledge of this.
Yeah, that's not a refutation.
Okay. Literally, nuh-uh.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't really see the issue, guys. What's the problem? What are you trying to justify here?
Flat earthers don't understand what the difference between belief and knowledge, and this causes a lot of problems in debating them because they don't have a consistent epistemic framework for talking about
I
things.
do, actually. You're the one that says science can't prove shit, and you're in here trying to
That's
prove
right.
shit with science. It's actually
well
kind of
known.
ridiculous.
It's well known. Science cannot deductively prove things. That's correct.
Oof. That's a big oof. Yeah. Go ahead and say you can't, prove that you rejected the null or failed to reject the null.
Yeah, so you can't prove things because that would be affirming the consequent.
No, it wouldn't. When you rule shit out, you're proving that you ruled shit out as potential causes. That's proving that you ruled shit out potential causes.
Yeah.
Brandon?
Science works by inductive and abductive reasoning.
Are you going to concede to the point that he made, though? Because
Yeah,
that was
but
a good
proof
point.
is by deduction, not by abduction.
Incorrect. Proof is a colloquial term. Mathematically, proof.
No, you can actually prove shit with deduction. That's also in Logic 101,
yes,
which you
you
seem to
can.
be asleep at in that
Yes, you
particular
can.
module.
But since Hume, we know that you cannot prove scientific claims because they're
You can
synthetic,
prove with
not-
deduction always. You can't prove with induction or abduction always.
Yes, because proof is analytic, science is synthetic.
Not a problem.
Oh, okay. So how does that prove your point?
Because science is post priori and proof is a priori.
Right, because during the scientific process, right, you're using induction and abduction to build your case, to build a hypothesis that you'll test. Use the experiment to form a logical conclusion based off of deduction by having a knowledge-based experience, not a belief-based experience as the experimenter with the subject.
Again, all knowledge is a belief.
Well, you're wrong because I just provided an example with a shock, electric shocks, and with the burning stuff that refutes your assertion.
Right. So An abductive inference is an inference to the best explanation. That's not a deductive inference, it's an inductive one. I can prove that all bachelors are unmarried men, but I can't prove a scientific claim because it's based on experience. It's not abstract.
Great. So you can't prove that Earth is a globe with science. Excellent self-goal.
Correct.
Okay, we're done here. Can we move on to the next contestant?
No, to an extent, I guess you can prove it in the sense that if the predictions that Globe Earth makes do coincide with reality, then like most of the times, let's say like 99.9% of the time, then we can say with pretty high confidence that yes, it is a globe. It doesn't make any sense to talk about proving in science in the sense that you're never going to have like something that is like 100 million percent proven. But you get to a point where like it's completely idiotic to believe that it's not the case. For example, when it comes to evolution, right? We have so much evidence supporting evolution that believing that evolution does not happen is completely insane. The same goes with Globe Earth. It's too coherent, and the rest of science and with experience, with observations, the point where like believing that it's not a globe is insane.
Maybe you got to provide some kind of content that's like your feelings on it. Is there anything? Well, I mean, it sounded like your feelings on it, but maybe there's like some kind of actual evidence that you say would be best explained. I mean, that's what you're saying. You would start with some sort of evidence that would best explain, the situation abductively, I guess. But what's the evidence?
The evidence is all the predictions that the globe allows you to make. For example, the fact that you can make predictions, for example, about lunar eclipses. For example, is like the simplest.
Not a prediction.
Example. Yes, it is a prediction because you can know exactly when an eclipse is going to happen based on the model that we have of space and the planets and the moon and blah blah blah, and also based on the physics, right? Like, so you consider the gravitational field that the Earth creates around itself, and the way the moon rotates around the Earth, and the way we rotate around the sun. And by knowing all of these things, then you can make predictions based on this model that allow you to know exactly when, for example, an eclipse is going to happen. And like, because such predictions are so accurate and so many, okay, you can know pretty much like, let's say not 100%, but like 99.999%, like that much confidence that the Earth is a globe. Because otherwise it would be like
shit, right?
Easy lucky to have predictions that are so accurate.
Single thing that you just said with any kind of evidence. No, you can't, right? Start with the curvature. Go ahead.
I don't know what you're saying. Like, I cannot prove that you can predict solar, like lunar eclipses. What are you talking about?
Go ahead.
It's like literally common knowledge.
It's common knowledge. Okay, go ahead. Validate it. Earth curvature.
Then you can look up on Google when is the next lunar eclipse.
That's based off the Saros cycle, dumbass. Made by flat earthers, right? So we're talking about validating Earth curvature, right? Not eclipses. We're talking about sky observations right now. We're talking about validating curvature.
You guys don't even believe that the sun is like a real object, like a physical object. What are you talking about?
You're still talking about the sky. Why are you still talking about the sky?
Because
King, he gave you the
way the Earth interacts with.
No, it's not gonna go like that, right? So you just made a whole bunch of baseless claims, right? So we're gonna start with the first thing that's required, right? Validation of radius, Earth curvature. Right? You're gonna present anything or not?
Yes, there are very many ways to calculate the radius of the Earth. The most well known is Eratosthenes.
Eratosthenes.
You can do it with that. Yes, you can use that to calculate the radius of the Earth.
Right. So even your own people that you appeal to, right? Your own appeal to authority figures, PhD astrophysicists and whatnot, right? They also agree that it doesn't prove that the Earth's a globe, right? Because of a whole bunch of assumptions.
It doesn't prove that it's a globe. No, but you asked me about how we know the radius of the Earth, and that is how you can use the shadows. Calculate
you could
radius of the Earth.
You could use the same.
That is what you asked me, and I'm telling you how you do it. I don't know. I don't know if you're trying to do this on purpose to make me look bad, but I'm literally replying to your question directly.
Yeah, so that's absolute horse shit, right? So that's just calculations based off assumptions, right? You can work out the radius of your flat floor if you use the same assumptions that he did, right? So that's horse shit. Do you have any empirical evidence?
I know. Once again, you asked me for how you calculate the radius, and I told you how you do it. When it comes to the shape of the Earth and how we know that it's not flat, there are very many reasons to believe that.
Oh my god, you're freaking hard to talk to, aren't you? Right? I didn't ask for a calculation based off assumptions, right? I asked for empirical validation of the radius, right? Not calculations based off assumptions, right? I could make the same assumptions and calculate the radius of my flat floor.
He doesn't see the difference.
Yeah.
I was just going to say that he can't grasp that.
Just wants to act like an arrogant douchebag, right? When you can't back up anything that you just said.
Well, what I found hilarious was he started talking about how because of eclipses and that's how you know the world is round. But I just wonder if he ever took a history class and he learned about a civilization called the Mayans, who believed that the Earth was flat and had four corners. Yet they are the ones who were very accurately able to predict, as he called it, an eclipse. And actually, go ahead.
I don't have the minute, exactly the number of minutes, but internal eclipses, any eclipse, sun eclipse, moon eclipse, lunar eclipse, doesn't matter. It will repeat itself after 18 years, 10 days, and 8 hours. Every time. It's just a cycle. 18 years, 10 days, 8 hours. The lunar eclipse or the sun eclipse or the moon eclipse will just repeat itself. So you can now sit in your chair, just find the eclipses that happened in 2024. And you can post-dict the eclipses, the same eclipses that will repeat themselves in after 18 years, 10 days, and 8 hours. You can assume, you can tell people, oh, I'm predicting shit. And you can show them the date, and they will believe you without showing them the method that you are doing, just because it's repeatedly doing the same exact bullshit in the sky. So you just know what it's doing, and you tell them, oh, it will repeat itself at this specific date, this specific day, this month, and this year.
It's showtime.
I was watching this video and they're talking about how their high priest actually used the phenomenons, that would happen, that they were able to have documented, and they knew, like you said, there was that cycle, and they would actually use that in a way to manipulate the people. God's mad at us. You need to work harder. And look, he's gonna block out the sun. And they knew, the high priest, only they knew that they had a timer on it. They knew that time, and then the regular people, they didn't know it. You had to be somebody to know somebody. You know what I mean? And it's just interesting because I think they do that today still.
You're not showing them the method. You're just telling them, oh, there will be gods who will be angry at this time of the year. And people will see that happening in the sky and will just be fooled and will be scared.
Yeah, it
They will
says that
consider them because they know, and the rest of the population they don't know. Those priests know something. They have contact with those gods. They can talk to those gods, so those gods will just
and
tell
then
them
manipulate them.
when they will get angry.
Yeah. And it said that like, and the people, they would go so frantic that some would just kill themselves, like because they were like so afraid that, oh my god, they were right and that God's mad. And like, it's crazy, dude. Like what the way they manipulated people way back in the early, what's that, 800s 900s. That's crazy. But then you have people like Kane, like, well, you know, it's space heliocentric model because of the eclipses. Like, dude, come on, get out of here.
For the location, and just for knowledge for some for people who don't know how they do that, for the location of the eclipse. So you got a circle and you cut that circle in 3 halves, and you pinpoint when this eclipse, for example, you want to predict the eclipse that will happen 18 years and 20 and 8 days, 10 hours after today. So you take the eclipse that happened this today, and the location, you pinpoint the location in one triangle of those, or one section of those 3 equal sections in that circle. So the eclipse will happen in the same exact point, but in the next third of the circle, going clockwise on the circle. If it's happened, if you, for example, if you take that circle, you cut it in 3 parts. The first part, when you pinpoint the location in just a white circle, doesn't need any map or something. Just you pinpoint in that location in the white circle. In the third, in 18 years, 10 days, 8 hours, the same eclipse will happen, but in the other third, going clockwise around the circle. The eclipse, the great eclipse that happened in USA, I think 2017. If that happened, if you take the circle and you with the north in the center, and you cut it in 3 equal halves, and you pinpoint America in 1/3 of that circle. So the next eclipse, great eclipse that will happen, it will be in the other third. So in the ocean, West America, or something like from that part till Asia, east of Asia. Lunar eclipse that happened the 14th March 2025. Moon will happen exactly the same eclipse will happen 18 years, 10 days, 8 hours. You can check NASA. They already have that. You will have the same date. Just add the number. 18 years, 10 days, and 8 hours. And go and verify with NASA. Welcome to reality. Now you are able to predict eclipse like you claim, if it is a prediction. There is some globers still here. Go and verify. Take any eclipse. Add the number. Verify with the eclipse that happened.
All right, I'm going to give Kane. Kane says I'm running away, right? So, okay, Kane, got some practical demonstrations, some empirical evidence, something we can go over?
Which is exactly what I wrote in the side chat. You don't need to repeat it. You can go ahead and do it yourself if you want, since you're gonna only believe stuff that you can do yourself, right?
Okay.
So go ahead and do it, and then we can talk about it.
What a little weasel, right?
You're hanging.
I'm sorry. Did you just call me a weasel after I've been muted before I could actually answer the question earlier? I was gonna say it, but then because DJ is too scared to have this conversation. It's fine. You can mute me, but just know that it doesn't make you win.
Shut the fuck up, idiot.
Kane, you're running away.
Yeah. Now tell me who did this, right? Present your evidence to validate your words that you've just written down.
It doesn't, like, the point is that you can do it yourself.
Oh, yeah. So nobody's done it before. I would be the first, would I? That's logged.
That's so funny. Now, obviously, the distances between, for example, cities is calculated. You can go ahead and, like, check it is.
Okay.
Since you like to talk about, since you love to talk about surveyors, right? Those are the people who did that. Right? Like, they know the fucking distance between 2 points on a globe. And now you can go ahead and check those distances, right? And see that if you, for example...
Which surveyors did it? Post their post their demonstrations in the side chat. Right? Don't just tell me stories. Trust me, bro. Right?
So you think I'm gonna go ahead and give you the name and last name, first name and last name?
I don't think you're going to, right? Because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You're just giving hypotheticals, right? You're making baseless claims that you can't back up to make sure it matches the real world. Right? That's why I knew it was a bad idea unmuting you, because it's just bullshit from you, dude. Right? Back up your bullshit or stay on mute. Right? Post a practical demonstration to back up your claim in the side chat, right? I don't want to hear your nonsense, your little arrogant, nervous laughter.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I'd be actually interested in seeing that myself. To be fair.
Yeah, me too. Love to go over it, step by step.
Yeah, we've been waiting for that for years. Usually what they present, though, is easily debunked because they don't realize that it's in the formula is what makes that curve. He obviously is new to the conversation, has no idea on how it's actually done. But maybe here today he'll learn that it's in the formula that's where that curve comes from. It's not measured that way in reality. But go ahead.
They measure it flat. They curve it with the mathematical formula. They measure the surface to be flat. And they have to account for the missing curvature because the assumed thing that is below their feet is just a sphere. They assume that it is a sphere. So they measure it flat. They have to account for the missing curvature because in their mind it's a sphere. Why do we measure it flat? We have to account for the curvature. So we have to mathematically curve the flat measurement.
I thought they were putting it in due to like lack of understanding of other principles, not because they just wanted to put it. Is that true? Do other flat earthers claim that they're just putting it in there for the sake of putting it in there, or they're putting it in there because they lack the knowledge on other principles? Like, I don't think they're just putting it in there for the sake of putting it in there.
They're who's putting it what and where?
The made up like drop that they are stating that you see.
Well, because they are, there's a system created, a model, a grid. Okay, let's picture like you taking paper and then you put it to a ball. Okay, you curved that paper. Okay, it was a flat paper and then you curved it into a ball. Now you're gonna have a mathematical formula to represent the ball that you've created. So that grid that they put on the floor that they measure flat using angles and elevations, but then they're curving it in their mathematics. Doesn't do that in reality, but they are doing that. So when they get a point and they add this curvature into it, they're adding a radius value, then that's what's giving them their distance, quote unquote, from that point based upon it curving away, as well as the elevation.
That's the ones that are relying upon it, yeah. But I'm like the ones that are going out and testing like this stuff. They're still recording like a drop over distance, aren't they? is that not just due to like lack of knowledge of other factors like we've discussed in here, like refraction and other shit, like as opposed to just them making it up, like the boots on the
No,
ground?
if all they're doing is they're saying, okay, the NGS disc on the floor here says this is the position, and then they're gonna mark it, and then they're gonna take a shot, and they're gonna say, according to this mathed out, geometry here of the Earth being a globe, they're gonna say this is where I should be, and then they're gonna take a shot, and when you're adding that. In the algorithm of the machine and the total station, or on your pencil and paper, you do it manually because you can do it manually if you know the formula and the math, then it's going to account for what's already been before you. So those NGS discs, somebody before you already calculated that curve. And then you're coming behind them and you're just matching up to them by using the same formula.
Yeah.
And you might be off because they'll say, oh, well, it's refraction. Maybe when they did it, it was a lot more refraction that day.
I think we're tackling it from like the opposite end. Like, I think.
Well, are you aware, Pads, of a single observation where they've actually measured any drop over distance or detected any drop over distance?
Not really. No, I did see one or two, but it relied heavily on refraction.
Oh, exactly. They don't even know what they're talking about when it comes to refraction, right? We had the Jay Reese, right? Flat Earthers are silly, right? He didn't even know that mirages can happen over short distances, right? And then I showed him some footage of them happening over short distances. He's like, oh, I'm sorry, I was wrong about that. I take that back, right? This is a surveyor, right? And the equipment that they're using, these theodolites, right? They have a maximum range limit of 300 to 500 meters. Right? When some of these anti-flat earthers are going out with their most likely uncalibrated, old-ass theodolites they bought off eBay and doing 20-mile observations, right? You have a look into the, right, like the manuals of these.
That's what I said, though, DJ, not to be rude. That is what I said. Like, it's due to a lack of knowledge on other stuff. Not understanding the equipment could be one of them, yeah, sure. But they're not working backwards. They're not working as in like, right, we're going to use this number to see this specific thing. What they see is what they see. I'm just saying their explanation for it is rooted in knowledge that is ungrounded. It's not a case of they're just sticking the number in there. So they, what you see is what you see, regardless of what you put into a machine. Are you with us? Like they're adjusting what they see to match a model rather than the model to what this. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's why I was just wondering, like, who are you talking about, and what did they think they saw?
I'll have to pull it up. I've only seen one or two where they think they got the drop over the distance. One sec, I've been researching this shit.
Yeah, it
was heavily relied upon reflected, and it's been debunked anyway, so it's pointless me showing it.
Yeah, that's why I like going over those, right? Because we can tear them apart really easily and make them invalid, right? Put it in the crash.
So I'm looking through my conversations now. Oh shit, it was on my phone. One sec. Yeah, it's really interesting because no matter what I'm searching, then I always search in like the debunked version of it, and it was heavily debunked.
Oh yeah, I mean, when you're using these theodolites over 10, 20 miles, right? Even like when you look into like what could go wrong, right? Just the slightest little things could make like dozens and dozens of meters off.
Yeah, exactly.
What you're actually looking at, like you have to make sure they the list goes on, right? And then that's not even taking mirages and weather conditions into consideration. That's just
that was my point. There's so many other factors that they could just not be understanding correctly for them to think why they see what they see. It's not a case of they know the globe model and they're trying to work backwards towards it. Do you know what I mean? Like when they go out and do these experiments, they're not trying to match something. They see what they see. It's just a lack of understanding.
Just yesterday, Matthew Learn and another guy showed me a theodolite measurement with the guy showing that the horizon appear far below than it should to be. And when I verified, because the guy didn't show any data, weather data, that's what was the weather that day. So I took the date and the location, and when I verified the weather, I just respond to the guys with the same exact verification I got. Fog. It was just fog making the horizon appear lower. That thick layer of humidity above water made the horizon appear lower than it should. So they didn't verify that shit. They didn't provide any valid data on the video, but they used that as an argument.
Oh yeah, I mean, even without the fog, sometimes you can just have a completely false horizon, right? Just due to different types of effects. It's so common, right? If you don't have an object there, right, to gauge what's going on, right, like a boat or something or an oil platform, right? You know, it just looks like a horizon line from that distance. You can't tell if it's the true horizon line or not. Got a great example of that here, actually.
If you ever spend time in arid climates, like a desert, a high desert, where the air is thin, the temperatures are a bit cool, and the terrain is flat, you can see much further than you think, and the appearances can look deceptive. It's crazy. A popular spot for long distance observations is like the American Southwest Desert in the state of Arizona. I remember seeing, so there was like an industrial warehouse fire or something in one town in the southeast of Arizona. And I could see the smoke coming off of it. And I could see the town from my vantage point, which was dozens of miles away, and it was clear as anything. It was amazing. I didn't think that the Earth was a flat Earth back then. The thought never occurred to me that I might be seeing too far for a globe. But yeah, it's good to have map distances out in order to know what you're looking at.
Yeah, that's a good example that you just posted, Necros, right? If that boat wasn't there, right, and one of these anti-flat earthers went out with their theodolite, right, and they're lining it up, they'd be like, look, the horizon's lower than eye level. It's drop, right? But like when you have the boat there, right, you can see obviously it's just a false horizon. And I think most of the time when we're looking out, or a majority of the time, we have this situation, some variation of it.
Yeah, it's a mad one, that, isn't it?
I don't think it's a normal reflection. That water, I think it's a type of mirage. That's why you see that it resembles the skies very well. In the image, it's described as a smooth surface of water that reflects the sky, but it's not just a reflection, a normal reflection, but it's mainly some optical effect, like some type of mirage and something like that. That reflects the sky. I don't understand the question, Rich Evans. You said you all are crazy. How can you verify this celestial luminary? And you are pointing to an image where there is no celestial luminary. The heck is that? Where is the celestial luminary, Rich? Oh, the boat. The boat is a celestial luminary? What? I'm confused. The boat is a celestial luminary, Rich Evans? So birds in sky are celestial luminaries. Boat that appears above the horizon is a celestial luminary. Planes are celestial luminaries. What? Rich Evan? What again? Paper plane is a celestial luminary. You jump in from a plane you are a celestial luminary. What the heck is your definition of a celestial luminary, Rich Evan? Everything that is not attached to the ground, like Foucault pendulum, call it also celestial luminary. You throw a ball or baseball, call it a celestial luminary when it's not on your hands or on the ground. Are you sleeping, Ian? Can't say what is a celestial luminary? Okay, yeah, it was a joke. I'm sorry. I took it seriously. Yeah, I wasn't joking. No problem. I forgot to laugh. Sorry.
So listen to. Okay, who is a flat earther here?
Me.
Oh, I'm a globe earther, bro.
You're welcome. Welcome to the channel.
Convince me that the Earth is flat.
No, bro, I'm not here to convince you of anything, right? Have you looked into the topic before?
What?
Have you looked into the topic before?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Uh-huh.
Completely.
Okay, and
I just,
you're well
I mean,
versed in it.
like, we have a lot of evidence for the globe.
Okay, right. Well, let's start with the curvature of the Earth. How about that? Like, so.
So my father
All right,
is
let
an
me ask you a couple of questions
He flew
quickly,
to
right?
ISS and he saw that. So my father's a liar, you mean?
Okay, so right, let's.
He's a liar.
Yeah, he is.
He's a liar. He's ein Liar. Er ist ein Liar.
I think his son is the only liar. I think he didn't lie to you or even told you that he went to ISS or something like that. No.
I'll take conversations that never happened for £10, please.
Like that. Yeah.
He was lying when he said he's coming back from cigarettes.
He went to the ISS to get some milk.
Yeah.
He's coming back though.
The only thing you can say to the flat earthers and the Western society, which is very convincing in the end, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Peace be upon you. I rebuke you, demon.
Cast you out. Close your mic when you're sneezing.
No, I didn't say anything bad. He just said, peace be upon you.
Well,
but he don't feel the need to make up.
He ran away.
Yeah,
I know.
Yeah, man. My dad works for the ISS. It's like my uncle works at Nintendo, except just even more sad. Why?
That was a little bit racist. Like, if isn't society doesn't have any flat earthers, I'm not from the Western society, so why?
He was judging you. That's funny.
Anyone got any evidence of curvature?
Maybe a hermit got.
Dream
Just
Mr.
from
Hermit.
the ISS. Just get them to send you a picture from the ISS. Then we can
Oh,
close
yeah.
the server, can't we?
That'll do it.
I think we have to. I think for now on we have to clarify the question. More than that, no, don't just ask the question. Ask them to give you evidence for the global curvature. But you need to say that that evidence have to be just concrete, and it won't necessitate any type of belief. So it will be just concrete evidence.
They're not going to be able to give us anything then.
Yeah, you will just stop that nonsense of appealing to popularity or consensus, appealing to. I'm sorry, I forgot.
That's all they have. That's all they have.
The delay.
I forgot the name. Yeah, I forgot the name of the fallacy. Like when you appeal to a scientist and someone known, some known organization. Appeal to what?
Yeah. Appeal to Don Pettit.
You mean authority?
Yeah, appeal to authority.
Yeah.
Sorry, forgot the word. And the images and the videos, because all those things just necessitate some type of belief.
All I know is Don Pettit would never lie to me. He seems like a trustworthy guy.
He's your hero, man.
Absolutely. Because every time there's a leak in my toilet, I look up the interview where they asked Don Pettit about what happens if there's a leak in space. And it helps me to fix any leaks that might be going on in my house, because in his infinite wisdom, when you ask him, like, hey, so what happens if this leaks? Oh, I guess there's a leak. And I'm like, yeah, the bestest and the brightest right there. Up in space representing, humankind. God love him.
You'd think that they'd have memorized the greatest threat to their life.
There was some kind of procedure or protocol or...
Yeah, like he doesn't know. Like, how do you not know how to fix the greatest threat to your life? Which would be a leak.
Maybe he'd forgot for a moment that within the paradigm of the space vacuum, a slightest perforation or leak basically means everyone having their insides turned inside out and they boil alive in the spacesuits and their heads explode. And maybe he forgot for a moment that a leak isn't just there's a leak. It's actually the imminent and violent death of everybody on board.
I'm still wondering how they pressurized it in the first place. Did they send it up with air pressure? Did they send up compressed gas? Like, how did they pressurize it?
You should ask them.
I mean, how much gas do you need to fill a football field tuna can?
Tuna can.
The worst of it all is I'm genuinely still, even now, perfectly willing to be convinced that they are actually in space. Just take your iPhone next time you go up to space, because they've got enough room, they've got enough weight allowance for all the guitars and all the little parlor tricks and all the little all the little gimmicks they use when they're up there. Look, it's floating. So they've definitely got room for an iPhone on board, right? Point the iPhone out of the window and show me a video of space. That's all you need to do. Like, you think just one time when they're in space, right? They turn the iPhone to the little window and you see all the other planets whizzing past in the whirling and swirling of space, and oh god, it's so beautiful. Like, just one time, surely, right? And they're like, no, we're in space, but for some reason, the only thing I can think to film, the only thing I can think to take a video of in space, is my mate playing the guitar really badly. Or this dude with sticky up hair, like, oh, look at the water globule. Like somehow that is a better and more interesting video to be taken than, I don't know, like space itself.
You know what they talk about more than anything? Like when they do the interviews. How do you go to the bathroom? Like, that's been like the subject matter in like 1,000 videos that they've done. How do you go to the bathroom in space? Like, is it really that intriguing?
They're so relatable. I have to pee too. They really must be in space. I think it's intentional.
Well, that was even the storyline on Big Bang Theory. I can't remember the guy's name, but that's what he was in charge of, the space lab toilet.
That's all I want, though. Just one unedited, uncut video, 4K, 60 FPS, because obviously iPhones can do that these days. It's not a big ask. So you're just there filming the spaceship. Oh, look at us floating around. Zero G is so fun. Turn the camera to the window of the rocket and show me space. Just show it to me, because you're already up there in space, right? You're already there. You've already got an iPhone. Stop filming your mate playing guitar, because you can't fucking sing. I'll tell you that for free. And show me space. Case closed. Done.
Want to know what I want to see?
Why not?
I want to see I was just going to say, I want to see their maintenance schedule. That's what I want to see. Their maintenance schedule. Their checklist for maintenance. So that's what I want to see. It's got to be like 400 pages. Like right when you get done, you got to start back over at the beginning. You only got a few guys.
I want to see how India's NASA gets rid of their waste.
Hey, see what you did there.
Well, I would just shoot it out at 1,000 miles an hour so it burns up in the atmosphere.
Don't get me started on all the fucking videos of the people with like the sticky up hair. Because it's not like sticky up hair waving around naturally as they move. It's like sticky up hair that's rock hard. Like someone sellotaped a bunch of twigs to the head. Because like they don't move independently, they don't wave, there's no kind of like natural bounce to it. You know, like hair actually does. People can test this themselves. They can lie on the settee, put their head backwards so it's hanging down backwards off the settee, film themselves upside down, wiggle the head a little bit and talk naturally, and then turn your recording back upside, back the right way up again, and ask yourself, is my hair in this video that I've just taken at home behaving like that? Does my hair suddenly become rock hard and rigid? I don't know, man. There's more than enough to cast doubt on this. And I'm fine with people saying, well, I'm not on board with it, but I don't understand how somebody could look at this stuff in the cold light of day and not at least come away skeptical.
Yeah, some of the cope answers from the Globe site about the hairspray. Right, some of them try to say it's static electricity. Some of them say, what's wrong with using hairspray? Some people say, oh, it's just some people just have hair like that.
Yeah, like what's wrong with using hairspray? So like they wake up in the morning and it's 0 G, and then they hairspray their hair like that while it's stuck up on purpose. Like, oh yeah, of course.
Wouldn't you tie it up or wouldn't you put it in braids or something, or a ponytail or something? In these kind of scientific environments, it's kind of, within health and safety, to keep your hair tied back because of shit. The last thing you want is like people's hair floating around inside the cabin.
So put it this way, right? You can't work in the kitchen without a hairnet, right?
Oh yeah, exactly.
It's got to be sanitary and clean. You can't work in the kitchen in a hairnet, but you can be up in space where a stray crumb can blow you all up. And you can look like one of them little fucking troll people. You know, little mini trolls people used to collect with the sticky up, wacky coloured hair. Like, that's fine. Can't be in a kitchen with your hair like that. But you can be on, a super sensitive space mission. That's all good.
I get what you mean by crumbs and shit, but just like a person's hair just floating around in the cabin, it's going to get in your fucking eye. Do you know what I mean? Someone's going to come across it, it's going to piss you off. Eventually, it's going to get fucking everywhere. Yeah.
Well, imagine swallowing someone's hair, plus the amount of hairspray that's apparently on that hair. You're going to be coughing, you're going to be spluttering. If you're trying to navigate asteroid fields and shit, and you're choking on somebody's hair that's full of hairspray, how's that going to work for you? That's no good.
Think of how much skin a human person loses over a period of time, days, weeks, months, that you're up in the International Space Station. That like dust and that crap that comes off your body. Eventually, if there's all of this mass floating around, then there should be fucking skin planets starting to form inside the International Space Station. Like these dust balls. But no, it's not happening. Just imagine it would be a very dirty environment. Do you know what I mean? It's just dirty.
Yeah, do they have a shower up there?
I don't fucking know.
Wet wipe shower.
Yeah, like sponge bath. I don't know.
Yeah, it's like a sponge bath type thing. It's got this water outlet on the wall that they press against like this types of rags, and then they do like wipe themselves down and whatnot. And then they supposedly have shampoo that is rinse-free shampoo.
Sponsored by Dude Wipes.
I mean, I've heard of leave-in conditioner. I've never heard of leave-in shampoo.
Yeah, and then like their toothpaste, they swallow it. That's a good. I mean, I've known people who got flat smacked from that, because like the whole fluoride, talking point or conspiracy.
So what's the theory here on these videos? Like, are they all CGI?
I mean, it's something, but it's not what it's supposed to be. Yeah.
They make no claim on what it is that you're saying, right?
Which one? What are you talking about? You want to see the one where it looks like the 0G flight ends, or the one where
You're talking about the one you posted,
tangled in harness? The one that I just posted.
Mm-hmm.
Hairspray. You don't think that they look a bit sus when they have like spiked up hair that looks like it's been hairsprayed?
Well, that's not the part I'm talking about. Like, there's parts where she's like floating. Like,
right. So that was the point of the video, though, right? It's the hairspray we were talking about. Maybe you just walked in.
The point of my question was like asking what you think is going on here. Like,
you can make people look like they're floating, and there's videos of this available, so you don't need to take our word for it. Planes can fly in parabolic arc, and for a few moments, it will look like people are in 0G.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't necessarily mean, that means they're on a plane. But I'm just saying that if you wanted to make somebody look like they're floating around in space, you could do that without going to space.
I agree. Yeah.
In that specific video,
in fact, you can make it. You can make it with AI nowadays, right? You don't even have to do that.
No, but in specific, that video that DJ sent, you can hear the engine. So in many videos where you don't hear the engine, those made in closed environment like a studio or something. But in that specific video, you can hear the engine. So for me, I need more to that 0G plane. So you can see, you can hear in the video that there is a sound in the background, like there is an engine rolling there.
So couldn't it just be an air filtration system?
Oh no!
They sound like too, right?
Why that air filtration system doesn't work in the other videos? Because you can have videos where they have that interview with the 3 or 2 astronauts sitting in that gravity, just sitting without moving. So it's complete silent video where there is no sound.
What's wrong with like the idea that maybe they're having like a DSP filter that filters out noise so that they can have a clearer interview. To me, that sounds like totally plausible, right? Like, that's fairly standard to do and easy. Even Zoom does it nowadays.
Okay, because they activate that. Sometimes they forget to activate it. Sometimes, or it is dependent to the crew that is interviewing them in space. When they bring the material, they don't bring the filter of sound, and sometimes they bring the filter of sound.
Yeah, I mean, if I mean, it's not something you bring; it's a software component, right? Like, if I record a video with like a high fidelity camera, it's going to capture all warts and all in the audio, right? Like, it's going to capture any atmospheric noise. But if I turn on like a Zoom meeting, for example, or a Discord chat, it's going to do a fairly okay job of filtering out low frequency audio. Like, I don't understand why that's so like. I mean, I have a HEPA filter here actually, right? Which you're probably not hearing. But if I were to like, I don't know, stream differently, like through OBS, for example, I'm sure that you'd probably hear it.
So those people are making those videos using the same materials, the same technology. So it's not dependent to the crew like you think. It's not a crew formed by a cameraman and someone who will interview them in space. No. It's just the same people in that ISS who will use the same material that they have every time to make their videos, their cameras, their microphones.
Why do you think the filter? Where do you think the audio filter needs to be on the ISS? You realize they could post-process it after it gets to the Earth, right? Like, it's software. Like, if I get a video of like with with an engine running, I could probably do an okay job of filtering out the noise. I don't have to be recording it with the audio, muffled like somehow.
Yeah, completely understandable. We can make videos with and filter the noises.
Yeah, we can even do it live, right?
Sound clear, but they don't do that in every video.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. In videos where they have to move, sometimes when they have to move around, you will hear that noise.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes when it's just sitting in the corner and having back to answer questions for some viewers or something like that, you won't hear the engine. That's just my idea. So for me, I think when you don't hear the engine, it's just like wires enhancing to make them appear to levitate. So like wire in a studio and green screen and all that shit. So they don't need, you won't hear anything because it's not in a plane or zero-G plane. But when they have to move around and do some tricks and show you a shower or show you the bathroom or something like that, or make a tour, sometimes you hear in those videos you hear the engine. I'd say that maybe it's because they are doing that in a zero-G plane. I'm not confirming anything, but it's just an opinion. It seems bizarre to me.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you want to get into, the weirdness of some of the NASA footage, I feel like there's better examples anyway, in fairness, because the sound works like this way, and then not in this video. I feel like there's too many could be's, could be this, for either sides of the argument, to be honest. What I found more interesting and more, okay, I need to have a proper look at this, donor, was there are videos of people on these spaceships, and they become transparent. They're walking around the corner, and then because of a technical glitch, they literally become see-through. And there is no plausible explanation, other than fuckhousery, basically, for spacemen to suddenly become transparent and see-through. There's videos of people where they're doing little demonstrations, and they're messing about with something in augmented reality, where there's a technical glitch, and they put the hand right through the object that they're supposed to be holding in the hand. And so for me, we don't need to get too much into the could be topics. There is, in my mind, irrefutable evidence that at least once, which doesn't mean they fake it all the time, at least once they faked being in space, or the footage of the big giant floating man in space, where there's the footage of the rockets, and for whatever reason, again, somebody's got fucked up and probably got fired. Just a big giant man's head in space. And when you see a handful of those, that in my mind opens up, well, why would you need to fake being in space even once? And there is evidence, as far as I'm concerned, that they have multiple times faked being in space. Like, why do that? There's no need. If there's so many people in space at any one time, you'd never need to fake space even once.
Some people tell me that they can't fake those videos from ISS because they are long sequences and there is no cut between the sequences. They just have to watch the movie Gravity. It has the longest sequences in the history of movies. No cut. And you see just complete CGI rendering where the girl is floating from space, going to the station, to the inside of station, and floating toward some corner and just taking a nap there, floating without any gravity. That wasn't done in the zero-G plane at all. And just some harnessing, and it's better resolution and it's well done than those videos made by NASA.
I would agree with one minor correction, and I'm a bit of a film snub. The longest cut, the longest kind of unedited cut, can't go to Gravity because the film Birdman was shot in one entire take. This is one big long, uninterrupted cut.
I didn't.
Bit of movie trivia for you there. If anyone's interested, I'll see myself out. I'm sorry.
I didn't hear about that one. I'm interested to watch it.
It's not space related. It's just a decent film.
Yeah, I understand.
It's one long, uninterrupted, just continuous scene. The whole entire film. It's about an hour and a half. It's like a full-length film, and it's just one long, continuous scene without one single cut at any point. It's well shot. Weird film. I'm not necessarily like advocating for the film itself. It's a bit weird, but just for anyone interested in filmography, it's worth a look from that perspective if anyone's into that stuff. But you are right in what you're saying. Like, it's some footage is none. Like there's not there's not cut after cut after cut after cut. But in those scenes, they're just kind of stood next to each other awkwardly. There's not really much going on. But then as soon as you need to start flying about and zooming about, there are lots of cuts with that stuff. Like that stuff's not. There's not one kind of continuous take of them flying around and zooming around in zero G for extended periods of time, all in just one long, unedited.
Hey, guys, have you seen the one that I just put in the side chat? Have a look at that one.
I'm actually cooking, but I'll just nip back to my PC a second because some of them are just.
This one is what you were talking about. This is one of the better ones.
Where he turns into a ghost.
Yeah, we need to call the Ghostbusters, guys.
Yeah, exactly. Like genuinely, anyone here, any kind of NASA advocates here, any kind of NASA apologists here, explain to me, other than the fucking with the footage, what's going on here. Either the ISS needs that lady from Poltergeist to come in and declare this spaceship is clean, or there's just something going on here. Motherfucker just turns see-through.
I think it was just a cut, edited video right there.
Yeah, that's usually what happens when you cut a scene. People turn into ghosts.
Yeah,
like only the.
Go ahead, Crit.
I mean, it's incredible. Like, I think am I coming through? I've got a little lag.
Yeah, you're good.
Oh, okay. So, it's incredible the gymnastics here that the globalists will jump through. Like, you don't even need flat earthers to discuss this. there's people who think the Earth is a globe who have said these videos are fake, but they're only faking it for expedience because they're running out of money. It costs too much to film things on the ISS, so they just kind of filmed it in a way to still get the point across without having to spend the billions of dollars it would take to film these clips.
Remember Jim Carrey's quote in the Late Night Show? And they are buying it.
Yeah, they're buying it. Like, if you've got a government agency, they're like, hey, we want you to film someone playing around with water. They're like, well, we're going to need about $8 billion or $8 million to do so. They're like, fuck. How much would it cost to CGI it? We can give this intern a piece of lunch meat and a booger. They're like, okay, let's do that.
In 1966, NASA said they did a spacewalk, right? And then they like recreated it, right? So they could show it on TV, right? And the footage looks kind of silly, right? Like all of the NASA footage from back then. But if you look up how they did it, right, it says like they used harnesses, they used miniatures, they used models, right? They used a combination of different techniques to fake it, right? They admitted they were faking it, but you know, they they have practice, right? They do admit that they use those kind of techniques, and it doesn't look that much off some of the later footage, right? Obviously, their technology, their harnesses, their green screens, all of that stuff got a ton better over time. Yeah, they admit it.
I just don't see what's so wrong as a viewpoint with just being a bit skeptical. Like, you know, anyone who's ever kind of heard me talk at length, like I'm not really out here advocating for people to believe me. I have the knowledge. I have the truth. I'm just asking people to kind of entertain. Like, hey, is it a possibility that they lied about this stuff? And some people you speak to, they're like, well, yeah, like I'm willing to entertain it. Like I'm open to the idea they lied about this stuff. But then other people are like, no way. Even conspiracy guys who are like, yeah, everything's a lie, except this though. like everything ever the government's ever said, all the conspiracies, all true. It's all a lie, except this. Not this though. No way they'd lie about this. And these are people who are like deep in the rabbit hole with, 9/11, some really like out there shit and all kinds of proper rabbit hole stuff. But then for whatever reason, this is the nope. Don't you take my lightsaber away from me.
Is anyone a flat earther in
here? No, mate. None of us.
Really? Nobody, but like anyone speaking? Like anyone willing?
Yeah. What do you want, mate?
Huh?
What do you want?
Okay, yeah, so I know that this is like something that like this is the most default to think about, right? Or to like debate about, but I seriously want to hear your answer, right? So just like let's just act like we're in a somewhat serious conversation, right? Like I don't know if that's possible, but just like don't just try to be honest and like have a civil conversation with me, all right? So
yeah, okay.
Okay, so I just want to talk about gravity, right? Are you
Here we go.
Are you the type that blames or density as being gravity?
No.
Okay.
And to be precise, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, and I'd enjoy the conversation. But to be precise, we don't say density is the cause for the direction down.
Sorry, what? You don't.
We don't say density is the cause for the direction down.
What is it then, or what causes gravity?
We don't make a claim to this.
What do you make the claim of gravity being then?
We don't.
No, but I'm asking what you do.
The density. Let me explain, or maybe try and help you. The density bit comes from, as far as we can go, using natural science and the scientific method to experiment and notice the phenomena, i.e., a change in direction based on the object and the medium it is in. For example, if I was to have an egg and put it into a bowl of water, the egg would sink to the bottom. If I was to change the density of the water by adding salt to it, the egg would rise. Now, that's not making a claim to why this direction. That's just making a claim to the variable that I changed, was the density, caused the acceleration.
So you're saying that the density caused the acceleration?
Yeah, I changed the density of the water by adding salt to it. The egg that was at the bottom of the bowl of water changed acceleration, moved in a direction. It went up.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
So what?
The density.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what would your explanation for the direction then be?
Don't have one. Pointing out that this is as far as we can go. We can't vary and manipulate another independent variable to see if that changes anything, like the direction.
All right. But what do you think of the gravitational acceleration?
Bruh.
Gravitational acceleration.
Yep.
Why are you throwing the word gravitational acceleration?
No, that's just what we call it. Like, you can call it anything. Just the acceleration of the Earth. You know.
You don't have a claim to this. You keep wanting to throw in gravity in there, like that's something to do with it.
Okay, but do you believe in like the experiments done in vacuum chambers where you release, a feather and a hammer, say at the same time, and they hit the ground at the same time? Do you believe?
Yeah, no one has a problem with, in this instance, changing the medium, that was the air that was evacuated from the vacuum, and dropping solid objects like feathers and bowling balls of different densities and seeing what happens. But all we've done again is we've changed the density of the medium that the objects were in.
Right, and what we get is an acceleration of these objects, and they're in the same.
Yeah, exactly. We get an acceleration.
Right.
But we're asking about the direction. What caused it to go down?
Yeah.
Well, we don't know why this direction, because we can't vary and manipulate that independent variable. Even if we were to name that independent variable and then define it, and then it actually being physical to do so, to vary and manipulate.
What about things like if you you have people placed in South Africa, South America, South America, the southern tip of South America, and the southern part of Australia, and you have them look south, right? Approximately south. It's not going to be completely south, but you have them look in the southern direction, and somehow they're able to see the Southern Cross. How would they be able to do that if the Earth, say, was a flat?
Okay. Now, if I was to ask you the flip side to this, what in the north, why do we see that? For example, why can people in northern Canada, and northern Russia, Siberia, when looking north, which is towards a celestial pole, see the same thing? Because the same things are circling that pole. So when you go to another location, well, there's another celestial pole, and you look inwards towards that pole from, say, South America and South Australia or wherever, and see the same stars rotating around that celestial pole, then you're going to see the same things.
But why is it that when you, like, on your model, right, you would look south and you would be seeing this these stars, the Southern Cross. Yeah, on the model, you would be looking south. You would be when you're looking south, you would be looking. You would all be looking away from each other. Like you would all be looking in opposite directions.
Sorry to interrupt. Let me help you. I'd let you say our model or on your model a few times, and you've made the mistake of, well, no one's given you this model. You've just taken the one that's out there for everybody to see, the flat Earth idea, where Antarctica is the circumference of the Earth. This is an AE azimuthal equidistant global projection. And you are correct, right? If you only have one point of rotation expressed within a map that doesn't take really this into account because there's only one location that's got a pole, then you're not going to observe the same thing. It's obviously not what we observe. This AE map is a straw man, dude, is what I'm trying to point out. It's not our model. It's the model that we all got when we got here.
Okay, wait, it's the model we all got when we got here. What do you mean by that?
So, for example, this AE Antarctica circumference projection map was here in 2014-15. It wasn't ours. We didn't make it. We didn't discover it. It was kind of the propaganda piece that you associate with flat Earth, the disk in space. Antarctica being the rim around the disk in space to stop the water falling off into the space the disk is in.
Right. So what model would you hold to then, if any, that is?
I don't hold to a model.
I gotcha. So,
do you have a model of the universe?
If you're asking me,
yeah.
If we have a model of the universe,
like, do you hold to one?
I hold to. Well, no, I don't. I guess I don't really care about that much.
There we go.
Much.
Perfect.
We do have like models of mappings of stars and galaxies. We do have a lot of those mappings, and I guess I would hold to them. But I can't really. I can show you probably do some research. I can show you something called Space Engine. It's a program I have. It's and that would be a model also. I think I'm not sure about the precision of. Well, actually, it is.
You've answered the question perfectly. I just want to highlight that for the same reason you don't really have like a model of the whole thing. Like we don't have one either, and we don't care just as much as you don't care. Just want to highlight that real quick. So when you're like, "Where's your model?" Like, we don't have one. We don't care.
Wouldn't you agree that the universe is kind of different from this little local Earth?
No.
Okay,
because that's when you're gonna get into problems about thinking about flat Earth. People try to compare the globe to a flat Earth. The globe is an object or like a thing within a large place. Bro, just relax, bro. Now, the flat Earth is not like that. The flat Earth is not like a planet or a thing or an object within a large place.
Oh.
And so, no, I'd say for flat earthers, this is it, bro. Or at least that's my 2 cents. Chat.
Yeah, I can't find who this is unless somebody else.
I got him.
Got him. So yeah, you got to be careful. You can't compare globe to flat Earth. Those two things are not alike. The universe is probably closer, but that's might be a hot take.
I thought you were done there. I didn't mean to cut across you. Can I bring this man back to the egg for a moment? I've just been cooking and listening. So Jedi was explaining about just the example, the practical example, right? You put the egg in the water. We can independently manipulate the variable. So you're adding salt to the water, changing the density, the egg rises. So it's not your theory, of course, but where in your mind, I guess, does gravity fit into this? So the same example, we've got the egg in the water, we add the salt to the water, which is manipulating the density of the water, and now the egg pops up. Where does gravity fit into this?
It's everywhere. Is he still
I'm only
here?
asking. I mean, I was just waiting. I'm only asking because when I first heard this idea of buoyancy and density covers this, no bendy space-time needed, buoyancy and density covers it all. My first kind of reaction to it was load of rubbish, ridiculous, sort of stupid idea. But then, as you think about it again, and you think about the egg example, you're like, well, yeah, like buoyancy and density does cover this. And I'm not actually sure whether we're talking mass attracting mass, or whether we're talking the curvature of space-time, the more updated version of gravity. Why couldn't it just be buoyancy and density? If we're talking about the egg specifically.
Because there has to be a reason for the direction.
I got that bit where he was asking for the kind of, well, what's the reason for the initial downward bias in the first place? To which, there's no positive claims being made, at least not in this Discord. I don't know whether people have put things out there, but we'll save that for Speculation Sunday. I was curious, like, where in his mind does gravity fit into, well, I've added salt and now the egg is floating?
Well, we might know if he comes back.
Did he leave?
Yep.
Oh. No, fair enough. I'm not actually at my PC, so I can't see who's still here and who's not.
How dare you?
I'm cooking.
Literally, you're cooking, bro?
Yeah, bro's cooking. Let him cook.
Oh, we're cooking, Chad.
You're cooking in two places at the same time.
Having goat chops.
I would never.
Well, delicious animals. Very underrated.
What? I have actually eaten goat once, but it haunts me. It haunts me to this day because I never actually realised it was my uncle until much after the fact. So now I just try and push it down deep,
Pause. Yo, pause. Cooking in two places. I like that. I like that. Damn, chat. Are we live right now or
24/7?
Okay. We do it live.
We are live.
You heard it, chat. Holy shit. Dude, I love it. He said, "Nah, I don't really care if I have a model." Perfect. Neither do we. Welcome to the club.
I don't care if I have a model or not, but I'm holding you to one.
Yeah,
Like, I don't care if I have one, but you'd better have one.
It's some weird double standards. That's why I always call it out. Well, where's your model? Well, where's yours? Oh, I don't care about one. No, well, we don't either.
It's what I like to summarize as, okay, NASA are lying. Explain how everything ever works. Then, wait, what? Like,
yeah, I know.
But it's such a big ask.
Explain this. Okay, now explain this. You explain it. Fuck explanations. How about that?
The thing is I acknowledge, right? If there was a fully working, quote unquote, model, a map, an explanation of everything, like, would that help convince people? Yeah,
Hell no.
The issue is, no, I think it would, but the issue is that, I say the issue, when people are honest, that suddenly becomes a problem, rather than making up stories. And there's other people in the community who are like, oh, well, it's all because of electrostatics and the sun is a giant Tesla coil. And it's like, no. Like, just we're just honest about what we know, honest about what we don't know. So rather than coming up with some cock and bull story, they're just like, hey, like I don't know. Like I'm going to be honest about the things I think I can verify, honest about the things I think I can't. But then that suddenly becomes an issue.
Well, models are completely pointless just for the basic, simple reason that the Earth measures flat. It's like, what model can anyone show anyone that would result in the Earth not measuring flat? None.
Yeah, true. Well, it's like they have some weird idea that you should be able to fly up very high, snap a pic, and then just like trace lines around the countries, and then there's your map. It's like, it doesn't work like that. For the same reason
That's how
you
you
can't
get
do
taught
that.
the world works, though. That's where it comes from. Like that's literally what you get. That's how you get taught the world literally works. You can go up high enough. You take a picture with all the blue marble on the iPhone and blah blah blah. So it's really kind of deeply ingrained, just a foundational understanding of what the world even is. That you actually can just go up high and take a picture. That's where it comes from.
Yeah, but even in their world, like, because they for some reason they expect to see the whole Earth. Flat Earth.
We used to be exclusive,
Huh?
We used to be exclusive back in the day, waking up to the Matrix and sharing conspiracies with your peoples. Used to be a very selective process, Somehow it switched to us getting mad that majority of people aren't waking up. That's like, we always slid that 9/11 information to the ones that know, and we never just threw it out there. It's like they would have to say something to let us know. Oh.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, and nowadays they're like, yo, we just want to tell everybody. And it's like, yo, this is still, like, for some reason, the truth is like what you form secret societies around. And it's no secret because of us. It's the nature of people not wanting to know the truth. That's why it's a secret.
Yeah.
Are there really more flat earthers today than there were like a few years ago? I don't think so. Like, I honestly think that with how many globers out there and how fast they breed and with how fast they raise their children in public schools, I'm thinking that the number of flat earthers may actually be going down. I could be wrong, but it doesn't seem to be going up to me.
Well, they're not unbecoming, and I would look at it like the flow only goes in one direction. You make a good point about them having children and stuff like that, but like people aren't going back to globe. So I don't know. I think the flow is only in this direction.
Yeah, but it seems so slow. It seems like it'll be far past any of our lifetimes before we really see before the needle moves. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
It's difficult to judge because most people, if asked in a public setting, do you think the moon landing's fake? Most people, if asked in a public setting, can men give birth, or any other topics where people would feel uncomfortable just kind of, talking real. I feel like a lot of people would just kind of shy away from it. So it's difficult to get a real gauge on just how many people are genuinely starting to question some of this stuff.
Well, when you think about it, my problem with y'all is y'all ain't watched The Silo. Because The Silo answers all these questions.
I'm going to watch it. Like, you've recommended it. I brought it up to the wife. Like,
The Silo, bro.
Watch.
No,
there's this one scene in season 2 that's disappointing. Like,
so you've seen at least up to season 2 too?
Yeah, and there's this one episode in the middle of season 2 that made me fucking scream and start being really pissed off at the television screen. Because in season 1, there's this guy. He's writing down. He's drawing stars, charts, stars.
Whoa! That shit blew my fucking whole soul. I know exactly what you're talking about. Go ahead.
I'm gonna watch this show. Careful now.
In the first season, he just draws charts and stars, and some people talk to him about it, and he says, "Yeah, I'm looking up at the sky. I see these lights in the sky. they move. I observe them moving, and I observe them every night that comes by. And he just says that much. He doesn't really say much more than that. But in season 2, he's talking to another person, and then out of the blue, he starts saying, "Oh, I don't think the stars are moving. I think that we are spinning, and the Earth is a sphere," or something like that. And he just says it completely out of the blue with like no reason, no logical reason to think it. And at that point in time, I was just like, "Oh my god, who the fuck wrote this fucking script?"
All right, I'm watching this program. Just silo.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to. I'll start episode 1 tonight. Bet. For what it's worth, I've actually heard good things separate from this Discord. It's just an issue because, I mean, there's 2 issues. One is that when it comes to like media, I am the biggest snob because in my mind, I'm like, if I'm going to give up 10 hours, 30 hours or whatever it might be for this TV series, like it can't just be okay or passable. It needs to be like gourmet. Do you know what I mean? It needs to be like genuinely really good, or otherwise, why am I giving up 20 hours for just mediocre TV? And then the other side of it is because everything gets cancelled so much these days. I try not to like get invested in a show until I know it's okay. So season 5 was the season finale. It had a proper ending. Okay, maybe I can give this show a watch.
Season 9.
What? There's 9 seasons of Silo.
Oh, Flat Earth, baby.
yeah, season 9 of Flat Earth. Season 7 got a bit ropey, but season 8 pulled everyone back.
See, Betty.
Some of the
what's up?
I was just
going
going to say, if Flat Earth started in 2015 and it's now 2025, it's not season 10, it's season 11.
Hey, man, we don't have sound clips for that, so I'm just going to pump the brakes, dude.
Season 11.
Season 9, motherfucker.
So, speaking of shows, like, I just finally found with a search engine search the name of the show. It's called Ascension, I think, and it was only on for like 1 season, and it's about these people that are kept in a fake spaceship in like underground or whatever, and are led to believe that they're in space, traveling through space, when in fact they're on Earth. And it's like it's kind of got some interesting little. I'll post a little link to it.
Yo, who wrote that?
Before we move to that show, just wanted to point out, like, the reason I brought up the Silo is because we were talking about the next generation and getting stronger. Well, in the Silo, the next generation just gets re-indoctrinated. And then they just go through the same process. So you got like little artifacts and little things of history that kind of tip you off to, oh shit, the people before us have been through the same thing. If you think about Samuel Robotham, if you think about the people that had to deal with Universal Studios and the Globe pictures before there was a Globe, like the people before us already dealt with this, and it's like we're part of Mechanical, right? All right, we're part of Mechanical, and we're just finding the little scrapings on the mirror, on the walls that are saying, "Oh shit, you know what? They've been doing this, and they've been making us out to be the fall guys this whole time."
Talking about this earlier. This is what you're up against, like kids who go to school. Wildly, not my kids. It's not me. There we go. So kids who go to school, the level of nonsense that they get their heads filled with, it kind of like ramps up year by year. It's not just enough anymore to teach them the things that we were taught, when we were kids 20, 30, 40 years ago, whatever that might look like. The level of nonsense they're having to contend with just dials up year after year after year.
Facts.
Genuinely curious to imagine a school classroom 35 years from now. what on earth are they going to be teaching in the classrooms? Like there's just some kid at the back of the class in a fish tank because he identifies as a goldfish.
Oh my god!
And he's just like in this little tank full of water, and they come and carry him in and place him there. But it's just normal. Like no one bats an eyelid. That's like a kid who's a fish. He's carried everywhere in this fish tank.
Is this a hypothetical, or did somebody do this?
No, this is just what I imagine it'll be like in about 35 years' time. And then anybody who like even notices if your face twitches or if your face kind of what an actual fuck is going on here, just even the slightest little like flinch in your muscles, then the AI cameras pick it up. And you get sent off. Oh, yeah. The AI, the come and the droids come and pick you up and send you off for re-education.
You are being cancelled.
Cancel culture doesn't exist. It's just 3 years in the gulag for denying his goldfish identity.
You are a bigoted.
It's the same story, but with people doing the same thing in real life years ago, but with like a litter box and pretending to be a cat in the classroom.
Yeah, bro. Yep.
Makes me wonder, I don't know, did they actually defecate in the box?
Oh, that's the easy part.
Does that mean the other students can defecate in a box?
Are you being like exclusive? Are you not being inclusive enough?
What if I want to defecate in the teacher's desk? Is that okay?
It is you identify as a teacher's pet.
Yeah, you need to be teacher's pet, exactly.
Well, else
So I gotta fill the desk with litter and then defecate, and then it's okay.
There you go.
Okay, the rest of the class, you all have to go outside so Johnny can defecate on my desk.
Awkward.
South Park. God help you if any of you give him a side eye. You'll be off to the camps.
Off to the gulags.
And don't anyone say anything about it, or else you'll be sent to the gulag.
Sorry, the education centers. I need to stop calling them gulags. I've done it again.
The education sensors? Oh my god.
Yeah, the re-education centers. That reminds me, so moving away from the whole, poo, because I am eating as much as I'm loving talking about poo. I wanted to ask some of the old hats, some of the more kind of like long in the tooth members of the Discord and the modern stuff. Like, what's the goal here? And without 24/7, because sometimes people will say like, it's not. I'm not trying to convince you. I know I'm not necessarily trying to convince you with anything. So what's the aim? Like, is the idea to help more people understand that they've been lied to? Like, is that the general gist?
I mean, yeah, there's a few nuances to it. One is obviously flat Earth's out there, and there's an attack against flat Earth. There's certain people on 24/7 that want to represent the flat Earth argument in the right place. So people who are going to be interested in flat Earth, if they come across it online or however they come across it, they've got the opportunity to speak about it with actual flat Earthers, which we are. Not necessarily interested in convincing people, but definitely getting the right side of the story out. It's one thing going online and seeing pieces on YouTube regarding what flat Earthers say. It's probably better to get what flat Earthers say from actual flat Earthers.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense to me. Like, Pads was asking yesterday about the whole like, why does it get shut down when people start talking about the dragons and ice walls, and so well, you can't have people thinking that that's what it is, because you've got layers to the straw man, don't you? The first straw man is the disc in space.
Yep. And
then if people do get, it's like a little honey pot, a little honey trap. And some people they don't really get past that one. But then beyond that, there's a level of, oh well, actually, it's not a disc in space. It's the AE map, and there's an ice wall, and there's giants. So it's almost like there's these multiple different straw men that you have to get past.
Yeah. So that's one of the, I say one, because there are a few more. But yeah, I believe it's primarily that, to represent the flat earthers and give people the opportunity to hear what flat earthers have to say from actual flat earthers.
Yeah, that was going to be my exact answer, is that it's access to our position, which is not readily available on YouTube or just a Google search. So I hate and also enjoy the fact that people come here not knowing what our position is so wildly that it gets a chance to help them out. But it's crazy the ideas that they come here with, though. It is really crazy. It's like, where did you even get these ideas about flat Earth? You just made that up? Wild. So that's my goal, is just to share our position with people. Because they're not going to, where else are they going to get it? You know? So.
The home server, like I am, it is genuinely a godsend. And if anyone's a bit shy and they're not really the kind of people who like get involved in maybe voice chat or text chat, but you're just here lurking, wishing you had shit to read. Like if you don't have it, ask for an invite to the home server, because there is just mountains of stuff to be reading and links to videos. Because if you try and research this stuff yourself, you search the videos by name and they don't come up.
Facts.
You go into your watch history and you search for a video by name you've watched. It's gone from your watch history. So how are you supposed to research this topic or understand, like, what is it people are actually advocating for? Like, what is their position when the internet is in real time doing its best to just completely, remove it from your watch history in front of your very eyes? Which was an eye opener, by the way. Like, seeing my search history get manipulated in real time in front of me. I was like, right. I wasn't super curious, but now I am. It is irritating, though, being strawmanned. Because sometimes my wife says to people, "Oh, no, don't listen to him. He doesn't think the moon is real." I'm like, no, I've never once said the moon isn't real. I said I don't think it's a spinning ball of rock. I don't think anyone's been there. I've never once said it's fake, though. That's only a teeny tiny straw man. Do you know what I mean? So we can only imagine how frustrating it is when you got a straw man. Like if the straw man was any bigger, it'd be a next year's Burning Man. Do you know what I mean?
This thing's still on?
I believe so.
That's what it says.
Did that guy ever come back? The one Jedi was cooking earlier?
He's gone to the shop to buy an egg and some salt.
Oh.
And some gravity.
Yeah, trying to figure out, like, so the egg is now rising in the glass, and he's scratching his head thinking, where does the curvature of space-time fit into this equation?
I don't even think he knew what gravity was, probably.
Well, it's another one that gets drilled into your head so young that it's just a given. Oh, so why are we all floating around then? Because their understanding can basically be summed up as, do you remember those cartoons where someone's chasing Bugs Bunny and they chase Bugs Bunny over a cliff and then running after him on thin air, and then Bugs Bunny hands them a book that says gravity on it, and then they read a few pages and then they go. But that's basically like most people's understanding of the topic.
Yeah, pretty much. Why
And then
don't
they
you
just
guys
short
believe
circuit.
in this thing that I don't know anything about? It's like,
Exactly. And
what are we supposed to believe? Tell us.
I know the square root of fuck all about this topic, but you'd better believe it.
Yeah, it's weird. So weird. And it's like often their leading thing. That's what they'll start with. I mean, I don't know what how all he was talking about today, but right when I joined, he's like, so let's just pretend like something gravity. Like, why don't you believe in gravity? Like, well, what is it, bro?
The main issue I have with gravity is dark matter. I find it wild that because the theory of gravity requires, another, but basically 97%, 92%. It varies from paper to paper of all known matter to be invisible, undetectable. But then their stance is that, well, it has to be there, because if it's not there, our theory falls apart. And with any other theory, if 97% of it basically didn't work and didn't fit, you'd throw it out. You'd throw the theory out. But it's like, nope, it's simple, dark matter.
That's just racist.
Is a little bit, to be fair.
I'm just joking.
I'm not. No, I am. Did a short circuit, like. And you're just back to that idea of, well, I'm just a simpleton. What could I possibly know? But I think most people are smarter than they give themselves credit for. I really do. I think they get conditioned. Like, you just, nope, you're an idiot. You're a simpleton. Leave it to the men in white coats. And I was a bit of a psychology nerd as a kid. I always think back to, well, there's a few experiments we learn about in psychology class, and there was Milgram. God love him, what a guy. And he showed, post World War II, he actually did it to show people that, you'd have done what the Nazis did. That was the whole thing. Which and that's why it became so controversial of an experiment at the time. But he hired people in for an experiment. It was actually advertised as a memory test. So he said to people, come in, I need your help with a memory test. And there were two people in each of the experiments. One's a plant, a stooge. The other person is the actual person being experimented on. And what they said to them is, we've got they rigged it to make sure the stooge was always the person who was being tested. So you had the guy who's being tested, wink wink, hooked up to an electric chair. And then you had the actual person who's being tested. They were told, so you have to ask that person hooked up to an electric chair memory questions. And every time he gets it wrong, we're going to ramp up the dosage of the electricity. With the idea being, we're going to test whether or not electric shocks have any effect on memory. Like that was the kind of the premise. Except all the people in the white coat were allowed to say, whenever they refused to ramp up the electricity in between electric shocks, was, it is imperative you must continue. That's it. That's the only line they were ever allowed to say. So the person hooked up to the chair gets the question wrong, intentionally, and they'd have to press the button, administer an electric shock. Now, they were all actors. So they'd be screaming, hollering, because, they're getting electrocuted. And then, they were under instruction then to turn it up, turn it up, turn it up. And these dials had marks that were even saying things like lethal, lethal dose. And I can't remember off the top of my head. It was something like 70% of people, just because a man in a white coat was telling them it is imperative, you must continue, 70% of people were willing to administer what they believed was a lethal electric shock.
God damn.
All because a man of perceived authority, the white coat, the clipboard, a person in a position of perceived authority was telling them to do it. 70% of people were willing to kill someone.
That's wild, bro.
Fucked up, man.
Milgram, if anyone's interested, Stanley Milgram. He had some interesting experiments, but this was like specifically set against the backdrop of post-World War II. And it was actually an experiment all about conformity, and his premise was basically, you'd have done what the Nazis did, so as you can probably imagine, not the most popular. But there's other experiments where they've had people, they have a room full of people, and again, they're all plants apart from one. What colour's this? Red. But then they put something up that's green. What colour's this? And all the stooges say blue. Gets to the one person who's not a stooge. Massive chunks of the population, like huge percentages of the population, say blue. And they just copy. Even though they know it's green, they can see it's green. The social pressure in that situation is, I don't want to be the guy. Yeah. You're probably thinking, Goats, what the fuck are you on about? How is this relevant? And it's relevant because, going back to what we were talking about earlier, my brain works like this, I do apologise. Most people were talking about how is this getting out? What about the next generation? It's impossible to know, really, how many people are actually doubting this stuff, because most people out there in the wild are just not comfortable being the outlier. They're not comfortable being the person saying, well, actually, I think NASA's full of shit and no one's been to space. Like, most people aren't going to say that at a dinner party. Like, they're just not.
They have a mob mentality, and it's easier to be cozy up next to the mob than it is to go out on your own. Because then you're alone.
Yeah, you don't want to be singled out from the crowd, do you? This experiment that you've been talking about, Milgram experiment, and the other kind of experiments along the authoritarian path, or the social kind of peer pressure path, if you have people saying it's blue when it's green, will people follow that suit? It's been done loads of times, but it's based on a lot of interesting shit. Like zebras, for example, black and white striped horses in the jungle. Most people think that it's lions can only see in black and white and can't see the zebras because they can't see them from the difference in the grass. It's not actually true. Lions, because there's a herd of animals, lions want to single individuals out. If you, for example, were to mark one of the zebras with paint, which has been done before, then because it's marked, because it looks different, then the lions will form up together and pick that one individual out because they can all target it, because it sticks out from the crowd. People don't want to stick out from the crowd, right? That's when people get hurt, right?
Yeah, they get hurt, for sure. I think it's a strong skill to be able to go against the crowd, to be on the side of truth. It pains me when they do these quote unquote experiments like this, where it's like red, and then some idiot's like, yeah, that's blue. What the fuck? Like, what is that?
These experiments are weird. There's one along the lines that Felix was just saying. Same type of scenario. It's an office waiting room. You've got 10 people that are stooges. One person who's a test subject comes in. Every 5 minutes, a buzzer goes off, and the people stand up. And eventually, everybody leaves to go to the appointment. So it goes down from 10, 9, 8, 7, 6 people. The test subject and the last person hit a buzzer and stand up. Then that person goes for their appointment. Then new people start coming in. And then every time the buzzer goes up, the first person who's a test subject's the first person to stand up, and then makes everybody else follow standing up when the buzzer goes off. The buzzer's not going off for any particular fucking reason. It's just going off.
Yeah, man, I've seen that one. That pisses me off. Like, I know I'm sure it's easy to say I would never do that, but I would never do that shit, bro. Bunch of goofballs standing up at a ding. Well, you got to do it too. No, I don't. I'm sitting right the fuck here. I'm not getting up. The fuck is that?
I've got no shame in admitting that younger me absolutely would have, because I used to be a lot more concerned and worried about what other people thought of me, and I wanted to be liked, and I'd maybe be a bit of a chameleon, change my behaviour to avoid being the outlier. Like, I wanted to be popular, whereas as I've got older, like, I'm a lot more comfortable in my own skin, and I'm like, nope, this is me. Like, you like it or you don't. I'm going to unapologetically be myself, speak my truth, And if you don't like it, like that's okay, because I find myself absolutely hilarious, and I've got no problem being in my own company. So, like, I just really don't mind. But younger me, and I do think it's like a bit of an age thing sometimes. Younger me, absolutely. Like younger me, in the presence of 20 people, all saying no, that's a man, or no, that's a woman. Younger me would have just fallen in line. Whereas now, like, no, I'm not playing this game. Like, no, I don't care who it upsets. Like, the truth is the truth, and I'm just not. No.
It's just crazy. These are your neighbors, your police officers, crime detectives. These are the people that live next to you, the ones that would stand up at a ding in a waiting office because someone else told them to. Or they would say, like, green is blue because some other person did it. It's crazy. Like, where are the critical thinkers? Where are the, individuals? We're here. I'm glad we're here, but holy, it's crazy. These people are driving on the road. There's people next to you.
I've long advocated for the fact that the standards you should be required to meet in order to obtain a driving license should be like 20 times higher than they are, genuinely. Like, because when you're learning to drive, I don't know how it works in America, but in England, what happens is you go and do some driving lessons. Your instructor drives you around he drives you around the roads on which you will be tested on once you're ready. So after 3 months of driving around these very specific roads, because the instructors know the routes, right? They know the roads. So they drive you around to the very streets you're going to be tested on. And then you go to the test, and they ask you to drive around the same roads you spent the past 3 months driving around. And then they go, yeah, there we go. You didn't kill anybody. Here's a license. But then you get your license, and then for the first time in your life, you're now like driving around freely, motorways, unfamiliar territory, unfamiliar crossings, unfamiliar junctions, and you're just an absolute liability. It's way too easy to get a driving license. Like the standard of, and I'm not saying this because I'm Michael Schumacher, I'm an amazing driver. I'm not saying I could be a getaway driver if I felt like it, but I'm not some like fucking liability either. Do you know what I mean? Like I'm not some complete danger on the roads.
You're lucky that the English standard of driving test to get a license is actually really, really high. There's other countries in the world where you just drive around a car park for 5 minutes, reverse into that. What colour's that car? There you go.
What colour is that car?
Can you see me? Can you hear me? Fit to work. Yeah. Let's go.
Wow. I mean, they don't have a lot of incentive to keep you off the road, do they? I mean, that only benefits us. Like, all the traffic and stuff, we'd be happy if there was less people driving, but for them, the more people on the road is more money, more people we can ticket, more people get in a crash, we can take their money. I don't know. It's a weird world we live in. Here, you're 95? Yeah, no problem. You can keep driving.
Funny because my mum told me this story. Like the last time she was in the car with my granddad. Note it was the last time as well. Important detail. And he's just driving like 70 miles an hour, 40 or something. Borderline swerving everywhere, and he's old and he's just unhinged. In the best kind of way, though, he's a character. And my mum's screaming like, "You're gonna kill us! You're gonna kill us!" And he said, "Oh, don't worry about me, Sarah. I've had a good life. I've had a good run." And she's like, "Motherfucker, I'm only 50. Like, don't be talking like." If you know what I mean, like, it's fine. I don't mind if I go. But except, he's got a bloody passenger in the car.
Yeah, not while I'm in the car.
Yeah, exactly. You're gonna go out in a blaze of glory. Drop me off at the side of the dual carriageway first.
This reminds me of a joke from Seinfeld. He was like, "At what age do you get to when you're backing your car out of your driveway and you don't bother to look behind you?"
Oh my god!
I can make it. Can you?
That depends on what kind of car you have. Holy.
Oh well, there's a whole other, like, these people driving cars that are the size of like military vehicles. They're just absolutely throwing themselves about, and you're like, oh, that 4x4 that uses as much diesel in a week as a small country. It's basically a motorhome in terms of size. Like, so how many times has it been off road? How many times have you took it to the countryside? And you're like, no, because there's not a speck of dirt on it, and it's only ever been to Waitrose. Well, why are you driving that thing then? Like, what? It's like I know it in myself. It's a bit of like a status thing. Like nobody wants to admit to it. Nobody wants to admit to it, but it's just so they can feel a bit, like, yeah, look at me, I'm not overcompensating. That's why I drive a Mini.
You drive a Mini Cooper?
No, I don't. It's a joke. It's a penis joke. I'm obviously very highbrow like that, but I actually joked with the missus saying I'm going to get a Mini Cooper. Support British manufacturing. You should just hit the roof. She was like, absolutely no way you're getting a Mini.
Your woman said you're not allowed to do something?
I wasn't actually wanting to get a Mini. I just said it to irritate her. I drive a 4 Series. I don't want a Mini.
Oh, you got a 4 Series? Okay, Beamer, let's go.
I'm not going to a Mini Cooper from a 4 Series. Like,
yeah, fuck no. Wait, 4 Series? Okay, I see you, big boy. Let's go.
It's a 435. It's fucking lightning.
Fuck yeah. Is it the Grand Coupe or you have the Coupe?
Grand Coupe, yeah. Got the kids asking all the time. Let's go sport mode. Let's go sport mode. And you're like, it literally costs like £20 to get from. The traffic lights of that traffic lights of them constantly going into like.
Dude, I always drive in sport mode, bro.
Yeah, I like driving.
Yeah, me too. Let's fucking go. That's cool. I like that.
But as an unemployed, uneducated flat earther, I have no idea.
Yeah, right. I'm gonna be like, next time they try to say that, I'm like, my boy Felix got a BMW. Just stop it.
Yeah, I do okay. I ain't rich. I've got enough.
That's what's up.
My issue is that once I started to do okay, I got a bit lazy. Because growing up, I thought growing up in from a certain kind of background, I thought I'd have nothing. And then once you got the house, the car, the savings, the jobs, the kind of, you lose a bit of that. You lose a bit of that pep.
Yeah.
I used to be a right zesty little fucker, just real full of energy, go get it. Whereas now I'm a bit more chill because when comfort breeds that, right? It's easy to be kind of settled and a bit more lethargic when you're comfortable.
Yep.
But I'd take that, to be honest. I'm content and comfortable in a way I never thought I'd get to be. So I wake up every day feeling blessed. Genuinely do. Anyway, cut this up a shit. That's it.
Hell yeah, brother. Oh, Glober, come out and play.
You're gonna try to lure them in creepy like that?
Oh, creepy like.
The fucking child catcher from Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. Or is that too British a reference? Wait, was that even a British film? No, it's a British film. Of course it is.
What the fuck? It's a British icon. What do you mean?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I wasn't sure if it was like.
Of course it
is. Is it only a British thing? Like, are Americans thinking, what's a Chitty Chitty Bang Bang?
Yeah.
It's a possibility, right? I thought you'd gone pads.
I did, mate. I did,
You bet.
but then I started getting withdrawal symptoms from you all, so I came back.
That's fair. That's fair.
Couldn't concentrate, couldn't sleep.
breaking out in cold sweats, calling your dealer. Oh, have you got any of that Earth Method flat? Have you got the good stuff?
He started writing 24/7 flat Earth down on pieces of paper with hearts around it. That's what was going on. Really.
Wait, Pad was here? Everybody's got to be nice.
No, it, bro. That's it.
Everyone's friends.
You sound like me.
I like pads.
Wait.
Call me, man.
Can we acknowledge that there's like a halfway point between Care Bears and screaming wanker uninterrupted for 30 minutes? Can we acknowledge there's like a halfway between those two?
That's intensive Care Bear to you, sir?
Sorry, that's Mr. Care Bear to you.
Nice. Way to embrace it, man. That's how you get past it. You just embrace it.
Of course, bro. That's a life lesson for anybody. If you ever this is gonna sound weird, but if you think there's a ghost or something coming after you, the worst thing to do would be to turn and run away from it, because then it's just gonna scare you, right, as you run. But if you head into the ghost, you'll realize there was no ghost. It just disappears. There's nothing there. You go straight into it. And or just like if you're sailing on the water, big waves crash and you got your ship.
What happens
if you turn away from the wave, it's going to capsize your boat. But if you go into the wave, you can conquer it. So you always got to go forward, onward.
Exactly. I get what you're saying, but the way you started, like talking about a ghost, was weird. You're just
That's
weird.
not weird. That's not fucking weird.
Imagine if it wasn't a ghost. The noise was made by a big fucking bear. So we thought, oh, it's a ghost.
You'd have to imagine,
Then that's not a ghost.
but you have to imagine a ghost. So
Yeah, exactly.
it's so
But
funny.
people do that.
You're going back because you know it's an imaginary ghost, so you think you're tough and hard, and then it ends up being a fucking bear.
Yeah, you're not supposed to run from bears.
No, well,
That's right. You're not supposed to run.
Well, there you go. You got to stand up to the bear. Exactly.
Yeah, you got to put your chest out, make yourself big.
One
scream as
thing
loud
I've heard, and I don't know if it's correct, but that you can run down a steep hill from a bear because they can't run downhill. They can barely run downhill because their legs, their front legs are shorter, so they can't really run downhill. But I could be wrong.
Can you imagine just a bear trying to run downhill, falling, and just rolling?
Somersaults. The bear's rolling down the hill and beats you to the bottom. Oh no!
horses.
You've got a bear at the bottom of the hill waiting for you now. Now you got to run up.
Yeah.
And he's angry.
And can run uphill better because his arms are short.
Did you know though? Like, they can run faster than horses. Like bears, just think how terrifying that is. Like they're faster than horses. That is nuts.
Holy crap!
How fast is a horse?
Jedi, you just have a
Fast
bleak
enough.
outlook. Like there's a bear waiting for you.
It's always fucking bad, mate.
Horses can run like 30 miles an hour or something.
Well, bears can run faster than that then.
I don't know, bro. Have a citation, please.
1 horsepower.
There's a bear waiting for you. Citation, please.
I don't know. Bear at the bottom of the hill is very catchy. That could be like a good show for a name. Or name for a show. Bear at the bottom of the hill? I like that. It's catchy.
I was absolutely right. I looked it up, and horses can run 30 miles an hour. Here's the citation. And I don't know. This might not be a citation, but
Oh, so we're willing to accept Google when it's about the speed of horses.
it's a quote anyway. But
We got Snitch Evans in the chat.
Snitch. Snitch Evans, the rat in the kitchen.
Is he known
Jenna-
around these parts?
Is he
I'll give you
known?
3 guesses where I'm at, but you only need 1.
In the kitchen.
Bingo.
See? Chat.
You're a bingo? What the fuck are you doing at bingo? Get back in the kitchen.
You're at bingo? No one said
Man,
you could
my
go to
mom
bingo.
and my
Back in the
grandmother
kitchen,
used to
Clapton.
play bingo like all the time. It's such a cliche thing.
You know, things don't really go sour until you react to it poorly, right? Like if, for example, if Kiwi's like, shut the fuck up, and you're like, no, you shut the fuck up, then you're fighting fire with fire, and it's probably not going to go well. But if if you or for like Flatsy back in the kitchen, and she's like, "You guys are a bunch of misogynistic assholes." It just it's the ability to keep it rolling, roll with the punches is always a great skill. So you gotta embrace it, man. You gotta embrace
You
it.
guys keep
Getting
me
under
humble.
QE's skin at least once a night.
I
I
appreciate
mean,
you guys. You always keep me humble.
Facts.
well, if you want to hang with the lads, then you're gonna have to be one of the lads.
Yeah, facts.
They do it to each other. The fucking abuse people. Do you know what I mean? Like the abuse that gets dished out.
Talk about women?
No. I mean, it's in like you get lads together. They're not all singing "Kumbaya." They're ripping the absolute piss out of each other. That's what they do, right?
That's how they should.
That's not Pad saying that, is it?
No.
No, it's Pad sounds a bit more Mancunian than me.
No, I'm
Like he's
just
got great
trolling
mouth.
because that's
Yo,
something
what's up?
I would tell Pads all the time is like that's what men do. They I think beef builds camaraderie. So this idea that like we should yeah, it's full.
Yo, what's up? Sorry, I'm playing Factorio again, bro. What's up? I missed all that shit. Or was it
What
just
you playing?
passing? Is it not important?
It's fine, bro.
Alright, sweet, never mind.
What is it you're playing?
Just Factorio, mate. Some fucking
Haven't heard of it.
nerd game.
Nerd game.
But what I want to know is, can women run downhill?
Hell no.
Mate, why did you mention my name?
Not
Yeah, now that he's heard women running down hills, he's like, hold on a minute. How am I here exactly?
Yeah, how am I hearing my name? You talking about women? What the fuck?
There's one chasing you downhill. Run, Pads.
Fucking depends, mate. If she's chasing me, there's probably something wrong with her, so I probably am, mate.
Oh shit.
But nah, I am curious though. What was
Well, they were just saying like when guys get together, they talk shit, like locker room talk, a little bit of back and forth, some banter, some beef.
Yeah.
And like that's something I wanted to share with you is like, dude, we just because people are being nice to you doesn't mean that we can't be like, boys later.
I'm not sharing a locker room with you, bro. I'm sorry.
Pause. Yo, pause, bro.
Might be fun.
Super pause. Yeah, super pause, disavow. Nah, it's just cool, but like if someone's like talking
Just taking
shit,
piss, bro.
Pads,
Like,
it's
say
not the end of the world.
No.
It's just banter. You can handle it.
Bro, I'm from Manchester, bro. If you ain't got banter, you fox. It's like,
well, you're the one that's always like, but why aren't you being nice?
oh no, it's a misconception. It's a misconception.
What is?
It is what it is, isn't it, bro? Some people, I don't know. If you're trying to communicate like a serious point or a world view to somebody, then personally, I just don't think you want to be going around going retard, wanker. It's just not for me, bro. But if that's your cup of tea, then it's what it is, isn't
Yeah.
it?
That's my cup of tea. That's my cup of coffee. That's my cup. That's my cup,
Your
bro.
jam, bro. That's your jam.
That's my jam. Yes.
Can you smell what Can you smell what I'm stepping in, bro?
Yeah, I smell it. I smell what you're stepping in, bro.
Yeah.
I'm scooping what you're pooping. Yeah.
Oh shit! Is that a recent phrase over there? I think it is, isn't it? You smell what I'm stepping in.
I mean, that's been around for a long time.
That's my phrase. That's
what a
copyrighted.
What a bizarre saying, bro.
The reason why people are saying that because I said it.
No, yeah, like fucking hell, Flatsy.
Flatsy.
She
started it way back in 1996.
Yeah, everybody always wants to take credit for something in these parts.
Hey, man.
Fatsy's after compliments now. What's the
You know what?
I am always fishing for compliments. Be careful of me, because that's a thing that I do.
Well, the sandwiches you made last time were just fantastic. We'll take another round.
Oh yeah.
Guys, what do we have?
Did you guys see my husband's? Did you guys see my husband's new tattoo?
Nah.
Look in the chat hole.
Better not be anything rude.
What is it, a globe?
I have no idea where this is gonna go.
Is it a globe?
Check that out.
That's
You see that?
Is that a
It's the
sandwich in a
Forever
bag?
Sammy that I made
That's a
him.
sandwich in a bag?
Yeah, and I
Oh,
wrote,
let's
that's
go.
my handwriting. And my note on his little sandwich bag, he got it tattooed on his leg.
That is just precious.
I know.
Dude, man, if my wife makes me sandwiches and I get sandwich that she made tattooed on my fucking body, yo, that's a W, man. What the heck? We got
Isn't it
sandwiches
so good?
tattooed
I
on the body,
love
bro.
it. I'm
What?
so. I thought it was the sweetest thing.
Guys, let's get W's flying in the chat for this. This is amazing. We got a sandwich maker tattoo, bro.
You know,
Oh.
the goal in life is to find your Forever Sammy.
Yeah, yeah. That's just the problem out here is these lovely ladies. They don't want to make sandwiches, so I don't know. It's gonna be tough. They don't build them like that anymore, Flatsy.
I knew that you guys would appreciate it like I do. Thank you. I tried to show it to you guys the other night, but it was the day that he got it. He surprised me with it. He tried to keep it a secret. He's kept it a secret for like a year. So his tattoo guy has had the picture of that for a whole year.
I thought you meant that like he'd had the tattoo for a year and you just hadn't noticed.
I'm like, how you ain't seen this man in a year?
No. He hasn't been able to go get it. He's been planning to get it for a year. He just got it.
Right, that makes much more sense.
Oh, so he was very hesitant then, is that what you're telling us?
No, he hasn't.
I'm only joking.
No, he hasn't been able to get to the guy that does his tattoos. He's been trying to get an appointment to go in there to get it since
Where's
the
that?
last tattoo he got.
That's on his leg?
That's on his leg. The last tattoo that he got, he's been trying to get this one since then, but you would like it, CB. He's got a whole arm that he's going to dedicate to anime. He's already got
Fuck yeah.
He's got Yusuke Urameshi on, and I think he's got Gohan.
Ooh.
And it's just Gohan and Yusuke Urameshi right now. So on his arm, and then he's got the owl symbol from one of the animes. I can't remember. It's Promise Neverland or something like that.
Oh shit!
I can't remember what it's called, but he loves that anime. But it's the owl symbol, so it's really cool. Looks awesome.
Yo, that's dope. Yeah, actually, freaking Karma and Drace put me on that show, but that's cool. Dude, I linked up with this chick. She had a badass picture of fucking Hunter x Hunter on her leg. I was like, damn, girl, what the fuck? Anime tattoos kind of go hard. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I don't have any tattoos, and I'm not.
Me neither. I got nothing.
Yeah, I'm so glad. I would have like Pokemon all over me. I'm so happy I didn't do that.
Yeah, I'd probably have anime and fucking who knows what. Imagine getting like planets tattooed on you or something. That'd be crazy. You get a flat Earth tattoo. Anybody got a flat Earth tattoo?
What, just a circle?
I mean, I don't know what you would tattoo. Get a black swan. You got a black swan on your fucking elbow.
Swan.
Black Swan would be pretty awesome.
I feel like that could be a good tattoo. Get a black swan.
Like Quantum Eraser's logo is pretty sick.
Yeah, do the one where it's the swan holding the gun, shooting the globe. That one.
Yes, that one's so.
What the heck?
I love it.
That would be funny. Someone get a 24/7 flat Earth Discord tattoo.
Hey, Creation Bear, I got your name tattooed on my ass.
Let's fucking go.
Who's gonna pay me? It's like getting Carl's Jr. on you. Carl's Jr.
All right, Pads, you're up, buddy.
Yo, hello.
So Bro,
vicious cycle. This. What did you say?
why don't you like the gas pressure argument? What's wrong with it?
You gotta prep me for this sort of shit, bro.
Well, you said like you're on board for the
warm at
most
least.
part, but you don't like the gas pressure stuff.
Yeah, that makes sense. The
You
whole
know,
take on
how
FPs,
we.
take on the atmosphere and stuff. Gravity, I just don't agree with. So far, as a disclaimer.
So you think that gravity holds the air?
The more I speak, it might not be gravity as such, but there's definitely something. Like I don't know how to describe it. There's definitely a reason.
Yeah.
Goes
Maybe
down.
it's a container, perhaps.
What as to why things go down?
No, why there's air here? You said gravity holds. You think that gravity holds the air in, right?
Bro, I've been round this conversation like 3-4 times in the last few days. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, I believe there's an issue with what we constitute as a container.
Yeah, well, I think there's an issue with the way you constitute container. Do you think non-containers can contain things?
I mean, a container just serves a purpose. I think as long as that purpose gets done, whatever we're on about can be classified.
What's your container?
I don't know, bro. That's one of the things that I struggle with.
We're saying that there is a container. You're saying there isn't, correct?
Yeah, it seems like there's not a physical container, like a solid wall membrane, whatever the fuck. It
How do you
seems
know
like
that?
more of a gas pressure gradient with some other force, gravity or not. I'm trying to stop you from claiming gravity, but
well, I promise you that container is not made out of math.
Made out of mass.
Mathematics. Math.
Oh, you said meth.
Meth. It could be made out of meth.
Meth container. Hey, quick question. Right? Do you agree that gas particles move in all directions and that they don't have a directional bias?
Yeah.
Okay, so do you not see the problem there? Like the contradiction?
No, because is that not just like gas in a vacuum?
So what do you think the container? I thought you were claiming gravity as the container. That would be pulling the gas particles downward.
Yeah, that's not
to stop them escaping in the vacuum of space.
I thought that was just
But
like gas moves freely and stuff, but like I say, when it's in a vacuum, when it's got other stuff acting upon it, then it's not gonna. Sorry,
you can't find your way out of this. Planets.
Nah, it's what it is, isn't it? I just don't think I'm ever going to subscribe to this. I genuinely, for whatever reason, I'm not even too sure myself.
Questioning you, look, I said the same thing, bro, but then a few months later, it made sense, right? It doesn't sound like some things you say make sense, right? Like the long distance observations, right? And then other things you haven't wrapped your head around yet, which is fine. But you can't have both, right? Like they're incompatible things.
Well, for now, I am literally eating the cake, bro. So fuck it. But I'm sure I'll get there, bro. It is what it is.
Yeah. After many of these conversations, right? But you agreed gas particles don't have a downward bias just then, right? So you just agreed gravity doesn't affect gas particles.
No, but in a vacuum, so I don't know because I don't know. I really don't know. Maybe I misspoke, bro. Maybe I misspoke. So I get the nature of gas. Yeah, it moves in all directions freely.
Yeah.
But and
where's the gas?
One sec. Sorry.
Where are the gas particles that make up the air? Right. Where are they created?
On the surface. Well,
they're created at ground level.
From the ground level. Yeah.
Yeah. And where would gravity be the strongest on the globe?
Ground level.
At ground level. Yeah. But the gas.
Why air is denser at ground level? Hello? Did I break up?
No, you're there.
All right, yeah, but that's why it's denser. We see like not visual effects, but we see the effect. Again, I don't want to use the word gravity because it might not be gravity as used by like globalists and shit. But whatever force he's doing, it seems to be pulling the air down.
Pulling the air down,
or pushing it down, or pulling it down, or making it go in that direction.
Where does air go down?
The terminology you want it. Well, gas. Sorry, gas.
Yeah, where does that go down?
Like we said, like gas pressure, air pressure is higher, closer to the surface than it is at like the top of Everest, isn't it? Like,
Well, it doesn't mean it's going down; it's going up, and in all directions.
Down towards the surface.
no,
Where does that happen?
Because all across the globe, bro. Unless I'm grossly.
Can you show that, or like you're just saying it, or you observe this? Like, how do you know?
We observe that.
I observe it when have you ever walked up a hill and been out of breath?
That's not observing air going down. That's you going up.
Yeah. Yeah, you are right. So I've gone up and experienced the air
Is less
because it's
not going down, though.
bro. We were so close.
How is it going down?
I'm not claiming it's gravity as such, but to say that there isn't a force.
It's holding it. It's holding it down. Is that better for you?
But it's not.
Yeah, that might be.
It's not doing that. What is holding what?
Yes, it is.
What is holding down?
Gravity's holding the air down.
Where?
It's container force.
Everywhere.
But like, what's the observation that you can test to come to this conclusion?
There's more air at the surface.
And it's produced there, and it's going up. And the gravity is the strongest, supposedly, ground level. Then it goes up. Then it's being held back where it's weaker. That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't check out.
There's nothing wrong with anything you just said.
Yes, there is. Okay, I'll ask you one more time. Where is the gap produced?
Ground level.
Okay, where is gravity going to be the strongest?
Ground level.
And so where does gravity hold back the air, finally?
It's holding it at
above ground level?
Yeah, and what? Why are you laughing?
Okay. That doesn't check out, dude.
Yeah, it does.
It doesn't.
Why doesn't it check out?
Okay, one more time for those in the back. We have gravity where it's strongest, where it would do its best holding, if you will.
Sure.
It doesn't do that.
Yes, it does.
Until non-ground level.
What are you saying? No, we never said anything like that.
He's saying because it's strongest there, why would it escape there? Strongest there doesn't mean like it's going to hold everything down. We're just saying it's stronger there.
But it's being finally held back farthest away.
But it's stronger.
That you guys don't see the issue with that.
We're saying stronger at like closer to ground level. We're not.
I get that. I find.
So what's the issue?
When it's its weakest, then the gas is held back. That doesn't make any sense.
That's not true. We never said that.
That's part of your claim. This isn't some BYOB Earth where you brought your own version of Earth to argue. There is claimed to be a gradient, correct?
Yeah.
So it goes lighter and lighter and lighter and lighter as you go up, correct?
Less and less, yeah.
Okay. How far does that go?
Indefinitely.
Just forever.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
And gravity's still holding this air and this gradient, right?
Yep.
There you go.
Yeah, that's
there you go.
Yep.
We got
so
there, class. Good job, guys.
Farthest away, that's the gravity doesn't. The air doesn't escape anywhere. It doesn't.
It does.
It does, though.
It does.
Like we know, gas is escaping to like the space or outer space, whatever you want to call it. All the time.
You know that? How do you know that?
Well, I don't know it. I haven't done the test. This whole thing again about me individually doing the test.
You said we know. I'm just asking how you know.
When I say we, I mean like the general.
Yeah, sure. How did they know?
Public, no, due to just the information available.
Okay, how do they know?
Jesus, if all roads go back to just
right. Given the current paradigm, everything.
That's crazy. You shouldn't. Then you shouldn't say it. Then, Pats. You shouldn't say we know X, known. And I go how, and you're like, well, I don't know.
Well, should I said
it
is known? Okay, it is known then.
How? What was done for it to become known?
We know how gravity works, for one.
Saying
No, I'll-
saying that there's no container for gas pressure that we breathe and that it goes on forever is equivalent to saying that there's no bottom to the ocean.
Nobody says there's not a container again. It all depends on what you
That is what you're saying.
If something contains something, regardless of what it is, it can be classified as a container.
Gravity's not a container.
Yeah, like what is gravity? Can you like
Yeah, let's get a citation for
we
claiming.
need that validated.
It's so repetitive in the conversation.
Yeah, they just want to keep it. Yeah, they want to keep you.
We're just tying you down to things that you
Right,
said.
they want to keep you down. Exactly.
I haven't even made a claim or anything. I'm just tying you down to things that you said, and you don't like it.
I don't like it. It's just I think we're on a good little string of thought here. I like the conversation so far. Let's just not get bogged down in definitions and terms.
Well, this is where the money is. This is where the rubber meets the road.
We've all got Google. In the bullshit I've just chatted to you, I could have Googled it, found out the definition, and be ready to read it out. So just asking people online for definition kind of is redundant, bro.
I agree with you, Professor.
You think the point of the discussion is to read out searches on Google?
Yeah, let me change my name.
This is the crux of the issue. It's good for people to hear this on YouTube as well. And the fact that we're asking questions like this and you don't have an answer is kind of the point of this whole thing.
All right, relax with the rhetoric.
Okay.
You can't have gas pressure without a container.
Yes, you can.
Show us.
The Earth. Look outside.
You can't use the thing you're trying to prove as the proof of the thing.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
No, you can't.
You absolutely can.
Okay. Just to be clear, the thing that you want to prove is that the air outside the Earth is an example of gravity, gas pressure without a container.
Yes.
When we ask for proof, that's the claim that the Earth is an example of gas pressure without a container. That's the claim. So when we ask for proof or evidence of that claim, you're using the claim.
Of course you are.
That's retarded.
You're gonna go. What are you gonna use? Something else to show?
Yes.
No, you're not. Absolutely
you have
not.
to show that it's even possible.
I'm gonna go to Mars to show that the Earth has oxygen on it. Shut the fuck
Can't
up.
do that either.
Oh yeah, just an FYI, bro.
You would have to use an example in reality. Going to Mars is not part of reality.
Oh, it sure is.
It's definitely not. It's definitely something you've not done or anyone's done. So there's that. But yeah, you would have to. For example, when I say
just because nobody's done it doesn't mean it's not
I can
reality.
give you multiple examples,
FYI.
and you can't give us one. Right? Like you have, for example, a car tire. You've got a balloon, sparkling water. There's all kinds of examples where you have gas pressure and a container to contain that pressure.
Yeah, of course.
We can just go on and on with examples.
Of
You
course.
couldn't give us not one.
Those things are not mutually exclusive.
But there's no way to do this gas pressure thing without the container. That's the point.
The Earth is the example.
It's the one rare example where nothing else. That's never true.
No, it's not a rare example. If you go to any planet, there's going to be a gradient.
That's the issue.
When you go to any massive planet, there's going to be a gradient. It's going to be holding the gases to the surface. This is something you can exhibit on any planet.
Claim. You don't understand that you're using the claim, which is the thing you're trying to prove, as the proof. That's fucking retarded.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you just said it. You were. You said it was totally fine to do that. Like,
dude,
3 minutes ago.
If you're just going to use like retarded rhetoric, I'm not going to engage.
You don't even remember what you just said 3 minutes ago.
You've been rambling about you can't use the example as the proof or something, dude. It's just mind numbing. Shut up.
It's called begging the question.
No, it's not.
Yes, it
You're
is.
saying I have this hypothesis. I have this claim about the Earth. So go out there and fucking. There's your example. There's nothing weird or wrong about that. If you can't see that, dude, you're hopeless. If you can't understand that, you're hopeless.
The claim on your behalf is you can have gas pressure without a container.
Right, and until you show me a container, the burden is on you to prove the container. So show me a container or shut up.
Whoa! You just said you can use the proof. You can use the claim as proof.
The burden of proof is on you to show me a container because we have gas pressure and there's no evidence of a container. So therefore, the burden of proof is on you.
Only evidence.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
This is really weird. That's your claim that you can
No,
have.
your claim is there a
hold on,
container?
Hold on. I let you ramble.
I wasn't ramble. I was very concise in what I said.
Again, you're going to talk through me.
Well, don't
Because
tell me I
want you to
rambled because I didn't.
Okay, so I let you talk. There you go, sensitive child. Does that feel better? If I
Yeah, it
appeased you
does.
now?
Yeah,
Okay,
please.
that's lovely. Right. So it's actually your claim. Your claim is in violation of a natural
What's my claim?
law. Your claim is that you can have gas pressure without a physical
We do have
boundary.
gas pressure.
Excuse me. Again, I let you talk. Please don't talk through me.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So it's your claim that we can have gas pressure without a physical boundary for gas to press against. That would be the container, because you declared the Earth to be an open system, not surrounded by a physical boundary. We're talking about thermodynamics, which specifically talks about open and closed system and
Well, your
energy.
theory doesn't match reality.
So theory doesn't match reality. Please let me get to my point. The reality is the second law of thermodynamics.
No, the reality is we have gas pressure.
Bro, you
Yes.
gotta relax.
What's the cause of gas pressure? What's the definition of it?
You're going to tell me something about the force against the side of the container? I know the
gonna tell you
rhetoric.
the
I know the
definition.
rhetoric. So let's speed up.
So the rhetoric, yeah. The definition, experimentally verified for PV equals nRT. Yeah, the volume. Because of the force over area, the physical boundary that surrounds the gas because the gas wants to expand.
Right.
Put a container around it, and by consequence of you putting a container around the volume of gas, it's under pressure.
Right. So if it's under pressure and it expands, that means if it was in a container, you would have a uniform. Don't talk over me. You would have a uniform pressure if there was a container, but we don't have that, do we?
Asking me questions about if there was a container, you need to concede that there most definitely is within the definition.
No, there's not. I'm not conceding that. You are you want, dude. That's your claim, and there's no evidence for it.
But you need a container, yeah.
Right, that's your claim, and there's no evidence for it, so that burden is on you. Like I said a minute ago.
Why are you talking? It's like you don't want to hear this, do you?
Go ahead, I'm listening.
You're not, because you're talking.
Yeah, that's it.
It's your claim which is in violation. You say you don't need a container. Again, he's talking. You say that you don't need a container in an open system.
Right.
Law of thermodynamics specifically addressed what would happen in an open system. That would be gas expansion into the next available volume.
Don't forget about gravity.
Don't forget it. There it is. So not a physical boundary for gas to press against then.
That's fine.